This is Kathleen Griffin. Today is Monday, March 8th. This is a PM session of the hearing session of the Board of Assessment Appeals in Room 2.
Okay. And we discussed the things that everybody has. All right. Catherine likes the second room on the left, but that's like the last one on the left. Yeah, I know that, but the numbers she's changing. I moved the 10. Okay. To match that. So she's one. Yeah. But if you think of where we could sit in, you could say the last one on the right. We'll match to the 10. I'm in here, in the corner, yeah, it's a little tricky. We should probably have the light on. Let me put the light on and people will see. Yeah. I'll turn off this light. Sure, come on in, have a seat.
Sure.
And some of us have louder voices than others, and there's not a lot going on in this room. Make sure my recording is going. I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Green light. Okay, looks good. So welcome. I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today. And your appeal is being recorded here on this phone on the table, so if you can just, sort of speak clearly and not too fast.
Sure, no problem.
Will be great. Okay. So I'm going to state a few things for the record about your appeal. I'm going to write down the start time. It is 4 o'clock. So just correct me if I have anything wrong. Your appeal number is 93. Your property address is 185 Springer Road. The owner of the property is James and Sandra Curley. The town has your property valued at $787,200, and you're requesting a reduction to $780,000.
Yes, that's right.
That's all good. Okay, great. And so then the next thing I'm going to do is ask you to state your name for the record and whether you are the owner of the property or a duly authorized agent for the appeal.
Yes, I'm James Curley. I am the owner of the property.
Great. And then I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And did they give you a sheet over there to sign?
No signing or anything. No.
Oh, dear. Where did they put it? Oh, they're giving it to us. Okay.
Okay.
Usually they're going to do this at the desk, but they... So this is just a signature saying that you were, in fact, here, and I will sign it. And,
sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. And so now this is your opportunity to tell us why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st, 2020 was the value you requested and not the value assigned by the town.
Oh, it's simple error on the square footage.
I looked quickly at your card, and it looks like you were saying that the basement is not all finished. Is that correct?
Exactly. It was missing from the field card. I said it was finished and provided the square footage, but I should have said only a portion is finished. So the full square footage went onto the field card rather than just the finished portion.
Got it. Okay, so you're basically asking for a correction on that square footage.
That's what I think would really correct. I mean, and then I just prorated the difference based on 2 iterations. I could, the original number in vision appraisal, then on the very last day I saw the full square footage went in, I saw this new value, and I said, I'm too late to do it by email, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
But that's really it.
That's it.
The value just kind of falls out from there.
Right. So if they go in the computer and give you the appropriate square footage, you're comfortable with whatever that number is that they give you.
Yeah, assuming it's just going to be something. Yeah, I mean the dollar amount is almost de minimis. Right? I just want to get the records correct. That's all.
I had about 3 or 4 corrections on my own property this year, so I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's really all it is.
Exactly. Okay, so I will ask the assessor. That's really a number that he can give to me. And then when we go to vote on it, I'll just recommend the number, as opposed to your 780. If it happens not to be 780, is that what it was?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If it's like 782, 500 or something, we will.
I don't care. Yeah.
We'll approve it in part to whatever the number it is, and it may be lower than this, whatever it turns out to be when he does it.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Anything else you want to tell me, or?
No. Only other question is, how do I get notified? Do I just check vision appraisal now and again?
Yep.
Or
Sure. I will. You don't have any additional paperwork for me, right?
No, this is copies of all the same stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll just read you the statement that everybody hears. So I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. All our decisions will be made in March, we hope. But with 650, it may go into April. Yours should be a difficult one, so hopefully we can do it very quickly. If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. If you were granted a reduction, you can't appeal again to the next reval. Other than card corrections those are things that we can do during the period. So if you don't agree with our decision, you can take us to court. Can't imagine you're going to want to do that, but instructions on how to do so will be in the letter that you receive.
Okay.
So basically, it should be within 7 days of our vote.
Okay, which is around the end of March or so.
Well, we're actually started our deliberations now.
Okay.
So we're making decisions, but we've already heard over 200 appeals. And the decision process, we have 9 of us hearing, but we have to have 5 people to decide. So we all have to cast about 400 votes.
Okay.
So it's the process of making the decision that takes the time. It's not, yours is fairly straightforward. So it should. I can't imagine we can't get yours done by the end of March. I just don't want to commit to that. So.
Okay. Yeah, just so I don't check the mailbox every day.
No, you should be good.
Okay.
We'll come. Yeah.
That's all I had.
That's perfect. Then you can go. You're all set.
All right, beautiful. Thank you very much.
Nice way to start my day. That's for sure. Very
All
quick
right,
and easy. All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You can leave that door open on your way out.
Sure.
Thanks. Kathleen, your 415 is here. Sure. Mr. Lester?
Yeah, do you want me to take all these down?
I will pull them out. Yeah, I still got to pull them all out. So
Okay, do you want me to leave this here then?
That's his. I just put it down.
Okay, I'll send him up.
Okay, yeah, there's no pen there anymore, right? So we just...
No, somebody took it.
Okay, we'll go to the list. Here's our box. All right. Yeah, right.
Sorry.
You're so
Oh,
quiet.
my God.
I'm glad I didn't knock
I'm
you
so
over.
sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I was wondering where you were.
know?
No, I'm here to hear
I
you.
just worked a little slower than I used to.
No, and I didn't hear you at all. You're so quiet.
I had an 89th birthday last
Oh, my goodness.
Thursday.
These floors are
And
so...
it's 1 year, and I've had such a mess. With old age creeping up.
Oh, I hear you.
Yeah.
I feel it myself, so...
I stopped to think back when I was 17, and I used to run with a football and up and down the basketball courts. Not good memories, kid, but
Yeah.
this 1 year, just like that, the legs got weak, something to look forward. I retired 3.5 years ago when I was 85.
Oh, wow. My dad's 88.
God bless
Turned
him.
88 this year. Slowing down, yeah. Still has all his jokes. So we know he's doing well because
He got his marbles.
he can tell his stories, yep. He can comment on everybody, and sure. So welcome. I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today. I just want to let you know your appeal is also being recorded on the phone there on the table. Okay? So I'm going to state a few things for the record.
Absolutely.
And I just want you to correct me if any of it is wrong.
Okay.
Okay. So your appeal number is number 606. Your property address is 355 Surrey Lane. The owners of the property are Jordan and Ronnie Lustig.
That's correct.
And the town has your property valued at $558,300, and you would like it reduced to $550,000.
Actually, what I wanted to reduce to was put down. I didn't know whether you wanted assessment or an approximate 70%. That was 70%.
No, we want the market value, so we want the appraised value. So I think you did that right. If the town is at $558,000.
Yeah, but I'm starting to realize when I went looking around the house last week again and checking all these things that it needs almost immediately. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Okay, and so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask you to confirm that you are the owner of the property and state your name for the record.
Okay. I and my wife Ronnie I'm George Lustig, the owner of the property. Ronnie was my wife, Ronnie Lustig. And we've lived there since it was built and the CO issued in 1966.
Oh, my goodness, that's a long time. Okay, so, and I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. I'm going to swear you in.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. So now this is your opportunity to tell us why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st was $550,000 and not the $558,300 number that the town has on your property.
Actually, what I really had behind my mind was to reduce the 385 assessment down to 350, but we can work with whatever we have to hear, and I'll leave it up to them after they hear this. And
okay, so tell me again, you're changing the amount. So what did you want the assessed to be?
Well, I wanted it to be 550. I would have it down to 550 now. Is that it?
That's your appraised value. Is 550.
I'd like to get it down to about 525.
So you want to change that to 525?
I don't mind. Actually, what I meant to have been putting in was the 350, but just leave it like this. 525 is
525,
fine.
and we do the 350 and come up with the math. Okay, so that's the 350 assessed.
That's all right. It's 525.
Okay.
And
can you tell me why you think that we should do that?
Okay, let me give you a few things if you can
Okay.
stay with me.
Sure.
Outdoors, I assume you want first, and I'll try to give it to you in that sentence of order.
Yes, you can tell me about the condition of your property?
Yes.
Okay.
Coming into each side of the driveway, it's a circular drive that we put in after we built the house eventually, and the first 5 feet of both entrance into the driveway is cracked. Obviously, plows must have done it, and it's cracked and will have to be repaired. And the important thing is, in the split level, I took some pictures. I hope they came in. In the split level portion, the bottom floor is got a crack on either side, right in the middle. And I don't know the extent of it other than they wanted $30,000 to repair it. But the foundation has cracks on either side of the split level. And it runs, I'd say, about 4.5, 5 feet down the line. In the meantime, I've had a concrete man come and just patch it, and I should have taken pictures of it today, but I did not.
So this is under the part of your
foundation
property
that's actually 2
on
floors.
this side,
That was
over to the right. right?
Looking at the front, it would be to the right.
To the right.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I have no decks nor any kind of porches of any substance other than, the back porch is actually from a den. It's no walk-in. I don't have a walk-in like hallway or something into the back of the house. It just goes from the den outdoors. Our second door that when our kids were young used to be through the garage, that they would come into the kitchen. That was the snow room was the garage. There are shingles buckling. They look a little better today. I went to take some pictures. I guess the cold weather must have shrunk them down a little bit, but I have a couple pictures of some bad ones that have to be repaired. When it comes to warmer weather, and it starts to buckle even more. The water collects from the drain pipes. So what happens is we have to have underground drains. There's a lot of ledge, a whole lot other than where they put the house, and a little area where you're able to get the septic tanks. As you look at my house on the right, it runs down with some piping that used to go out to the storm drains in the road, but they got locked up, and I hired a man to come and paid him $400, and he put his, whatever it was, a drill to go up there, and he hit a root, and he wasn't going to stay there, and charge him $400 to come, but he's not staying there because he didn't want to break his machine for $400.
Yeah.
So,
Is that
I get a
flooding
little
your...
bit of a, I get a pond, a little bit of a pond on the front lawn.
Okay.
And I think primarily it's because I have most of the drain pipes running into a pipe that came down under the driveway into the storm drain, but it doesn't drip out anymore. And that's been since it was built, by the way.
Okay, so do you have, is it an on-site plot? You have an acre, it looks like, right?
It's like an acre, yes.
Yeah.
It's
So,
just an acre now. Everybody was doing building on both sides of me, and both of them, so I had new surveys done to try to match theirs, and what the guy did was actually match theirs, charged me like, half of what he told me he was going to charge, and in the meantime, it looks like it's a lot thinner than I remembered a lot, because I'm there from the beginning.
yeah.
The road was dirt when I moved there, and we built the house.
I see your driveway. Yep, I've got the map up here. Okay. Yep,
Right.
you've got some woods in the back. It looks like, the
Yeah.
driveway kind of curves around in the front.
And it's a very,
Okay.
the driveway goes, the yard is a triangular. So when it gets over the other side of that stone wall, it goes down to 48 feet at the very back. It's very, very narrow there. And there all seem to be building in fences on either side of me, particularly the one as you face the house on the right. They just put a pool in the backyard, and they're putting up fencing in the entire
Yep,
backyard.
I can see that. Yep. Okay.
And
So it looks like you had an informal hearing. Is that right?
I did.
You did.
They
Okay.
reduced me
And they gave you some reduction.
$1,500 or something, yeah.
Mm.
In a way of an assessment. Not $1,500 money, but an assessment value.
Right. It looks like they took you from $423 assessed down to $390. So they took you down about $30,000 assessed.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, looks like to me. Okay.
They took me down from 5 something. They took me down about, it came to,
Cell on here, they give us anything. I get a calculator on this computer. Let's see.
But I figured it out in the way of taxes. It came out to about $100 in taxes.
Oh, this year versus last year. I see. Okay. Yes, but they were going to raise you a significant amount. So you came back down to almost where you were last year in terms of your value. Actually, you're lower than last year.
It should be.
Yeah, you are. Oh, that's good. You're going to be one of the only ones in town. So, yeah, no, they gave you a decent. It looks like they gave you a decent reduction when you went to the informal hearing.
I think he understands that.
He does.
there are multiple houses on that street, and mostly all 4-bedroom houses.
Mm-hmm.
That's the evaluation of all the properties. My house is only a 3-level split, 2-level, main level
Right.
and the lower and upper level of the split.
Right.
And I've only got 3. When it was built with a permit, it was built for 3 bedrooms. And my well, I didn't get to the inside yet, but I'm just trying to go from in to out.
Okay.
So it's a 3-bedroom.
Yeah.
And all storm windows have to be replaced. I just had the back picture window replaced in December for $2,500. There's a second one that's out in the dining room, and 30-odd more windows that have to be replaced because they're leaking and the storms do not fit anymore to the original storms in 1966 when I moved in. Now, inside kitchen, all my countertops are old Formica countertops. Kitchen and 2 bathrooms.
So you're a 3-bedroom, 2-bath?
3-bedroom, 2.5 baths.
2.5.
There's a little powder room on the first floor, and I mean little. And
Okay, I'll believe you.
yeah, they are. That's the way they built them in those days. Playroom has a rug carpet over highly probable asbestos shingles on the floor. Extremely small, can just squeeze 4 people into the kitchen table. And I took some, pictures on my camera, but I didn't have them printed out yet, and I just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
I cannot open my refrigerator door without it being stopped by the counter in the kitchen. So the kitchen door opens about 2/3 to 3/4, and then I have to stop it. And now that I got old and have a hard time bending, it got very, very difficult. And when we bought our last refrigerator, we got the skinniest one we could find at Marsilio's. In the bathroom, there are 3 small. One is a little powder room. The master has a shower only. And the hall, which is a combination hall, there will be guest room. My kids used it, when they lived there. It has 2 sinks and one john and a tub shower. And that's the only tub that's in that room. And all sinks have got a black stain with little cracks in it. And when I called the plumber to replace the 3 sinks, the 4 sinks actually, 2, 1, 1, they didn't have the sizes anymore. They're beyond being manufactured, so there's no sizes. So my cabinet in the bathroom downstairs, the cabinet in the countertop with the two bathrooms on the second floor and a countertop in our master bedroom. All the counters have to be replaced to replace the sinks in all 3 situations. And they started to rust.
Okay, so
last thing I think I'm going to give you
one
is
more thing. Okay.
Bathroom sink cannot be replaced. Oh, I told you that.
Yeah.
In all 3 bathrooms. Okay, I'm sorry. I told it off the top of my head without looking at this. I think I covered most of it. But
Okay. Do you want to leave your list with me and I can add it to the record? Are you comfortable with that?
Can you photocopy the front cover?
I'm going to go do that right now for you. Yep.
I'm awful sorry. I could have done that. I just wasn't thinking. My head was really not on.
You don't have to think about coming out on a new one today.
Well, today isn't bad, but the problem is
think I got it.
All right. I was a lawyer in Bridgeport. I went down to Florida for 2 years after I finished law school. I was a young man, and I practiced law in Bridgeport since September 1960.
Oh, my
And
goodness.
I finally retired in October of 2017. And since 3.5 years in this, and now, and I've been in town for all these years. I served on a golf commission, a 5-year term.
I remember your name. Your
Yeah.
name is familiar because I worked in the first selectman's office for a bit. So
Oh,
you sound
okay.
familiar to me. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
Did you work with Mary this year, or you worked down at Denise?
Oh, no, I work with Mike Tedrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, thank you very much. And if there's
No.
anything else you need that have to be clarified,
I think that's it. I just did the math, and you said you want your assessed to go to $350, so that's a market value of $500,000.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's what you're asking for. We need to correct that. But it's good
Yeah,
in the informal hearings that they gave you a nice adjustment in the informals for the condition of your home.
Why is such a nice adjustment? It came to, I thought it only came to, in the way of, that it came to the adjustment of about $150 off the taxes, maybe, or $100, the amount of.
Compared to last year, but normally you would have gone up a lot more, but they brought you back down probably because of it. It looks like because of the condition of your house, and also you have an odd shaped lot. So yeah. So I know some people in the beach went up 20%. So it's a lot down there. So
Well, it is what it is. It's the rich people. I'm stuck there. That's my problem. My wife and I are stuck. The kids are long gone.
yeah.
And we're in there, and when we talked about, by the way, I swear, and that's my signature.
Yes, that's good. I'm going to take that and add it to your file.
So,
Yep. I know. My folks are the same way. My sister just moved close to them to help them out, but they don't want to, they love their house, but they're on Cape Cod, so they're lucky. They're in a retirement area anyway, so.
well, this is what we talked about, kind of retire, maybe move out, find some senior living complex. But, what happens is you start to wait a year too long, when it would have been easier for you and you had the energy and things like that. All of a sudden now it's no energy. And, you live someplace so many years, almost, close to 60 years, 56, 58 years, whatever. God knows what's down there. And the kids, they're both gone and, have their own families. And, they don't want any of the stuff that they told you to save, all the remembrances and stuff like that. Anyway,
I hear you.
I've taken enough of your time.
No,
Thank you very
you're
much.
welcome. Thanks for coming in. And are you okay getting to the elevator or?
I walk.
You're sure? All right. You do awesome. All right. I'm not going to walk into you on your way out like I did on the way in, so.
That's good.
Okay. You take care. Thank you. Okay, so come on in. I'm going to give you something to sign once I swear you in. We've changed our process. Usually these are downstairs, so you can see when they come across. Yeah, I'm going to swear you in a minute, and I just need you to sign that I actually swore you in. You're going to be signing in the middle of the sheet, right where it says the owner's name. But just give me a minute, so I'll run through my little spiel with you, and you can start your appeal. So,
should we have the mask vaccinated twice?
it's up to you. I have mine on. If you know.
Have you been vaccinated?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Probably better. Soon, I hope, but not quite yet. So, okay, I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today, and you're being recorded on this phone here. The hearing is being taped. So if you could just speak, slowly, that would be great. I'm going to state a few things for the record. Are these 2 different parcels, is that right?
Yeah, they're adjusted, but yes.
I'm sorry, they're what?
They're like adjusted.
They're next to each other?
Next to each other.
And so are you basically asking for the same amount for both?
For each one, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is rather than handling them separately, I'm going to read them into the record at the same time, and then we can talk about them at the same time. Okay.
That's
So it is 4:30. Okay. So your first appeal is number 20. Property address is 3 Old Black Rock Turnpike. The owner is Concepts USA, Inc. The town value is $266,900, and you're requesting a reduction to $80,000.
correct.
Okay. And then the second appeal is appeal number 21, 9 Old Black Rock Turnpike. Owner again is Concepts USA, Inc. Town value on this property is $271,900, and you're requesting a reduction to $80,000.
Correct.
Okay, and then the next thing I'm just going to do is verify that it's you and you're legally okay to be here. So if you could just state your name for the record and say whether you're the owner of the property or the duly authorized agent. So if you could just state your name for the recording.
My name is Aniel Dabush Durrell. I'm the owner of 2 properties next to each other. One is 3 Old Black Rock Turnpike, and the other one is 9 Old Black Rock Turnpike.
Wonderful. Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and then you can sign those afterwards. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question tell me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. So if you just want to sign those 2 sheets in the middle for me, I can add those to the record. I can grab them on your way. I can grab them from you when you leave. So.
There are 2 lines. What should I put?
Sometimes there's 2 people here, so you can just sign the top. The top one is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the rest is you.
The rest is me. I can do the rest. Yep. So great. So now's the opportunity for you to tell me, why you think that your property should be valued at the $80,000 as opposed to the, approximately $270,000. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, these 2 properties are sitting on the water main. It is very difficult to develop it. They are empty lots, okay? At the time when I bought it, I had no idea that that's the case. Since I bought it, I'm trying to do something with it, sell it, and everybody tells me that the challenges, okay, to develop are extreme. Even there is actually a document made by the city, by the town, Fairfield, listing everything that had to be done, and the cost of development is really almost make no sense for anybody to step in and to make money or to make any profit. So the value of the property could be realized, and for the benefit of everybody, only if it's built. But in order to build it, okay, if I want to sell it to somebody, okay, the price of the property needs to be so attractive for any developer to come and do it. And now I have my brother-in-law is a developer. I have so many people. I'm a software engineer that made very well doing software. But I do have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience in real estate. My father was a developer, all my uncle and so forth, and I realized that there's an issue with that. So if I could, okay, if at the end of the day it's going to be developed, then yes, maybe then the price tag that you're going to put on it is going to be, but right now it's a huge challenge. I don't think first of all, even the idea that the price of the property rose, it's absurd, but I'm sure it's not you personally. Somebody randomly decided that's the case, and this is what I have.
Oh, when did you purchase the property in 2014, or it came out of a trust? I'm just looking here.
Yeah, I purchased. Yeah, that's the time where I purchased that.
Oh, maybe you purchased them together.
Yeah, I did.
It says sale price is 0 on one of them, and that's probably because you purchased them 2 of them together.
Yeah, there was apparently before I got involved, there was like one house there that was taken down, and then it was staying as an empty lot. Then it was approved for 2 lots, and this is where I bought it. Okay, so.
I'm sorry. Each one was approved, or each one for a single?
No. Well, there was never approved to actually build, but it was subdivided to 2.
It was subdivided.
Yeah,
okay.
So technically, 2 properties, 2 structures could be, but again, it doesn't really matter. It's 1 or 2. Right now, the cost involved in developing the property is staggering. Proportionally, everything is proportional.
Okay, so how did you come up with your price of $880,000? Do you have any comparables, or do you have that?
Well, even if you go and you do comparable, okay, you see that other structures built are not. If let's say if I am going to have it built, forget about the value, okay, and then you take down the how much it would be to build something. To build a comparable structure, let's say something that's comparable to what we have next door, okay, the cost would be like between $700,000 to $800,000 without the property, okay, and without all the headache that it takes just to ensure the process because of this water main is like a ridiculous amount. So if you take that and you compare it as if there is something, it's already expensive. Okay, so, if you take all this into consideration, you realize and I did talk to the people that did the estimate, and they promised to go check and then come back to me, but nothing will happen.
Okay. And you said you have a list from the town of the things that you need to do in order to make it a buildable
Yeah.
lot or to be able to build on it? Okay.
Yeah.
But right now, it's big enough to hold that. It is almost at least one of them is almost a half an acre. Okay. Okay, do you have anything else you want to enter into the record?
No.
Or anything else you want to tell me? No. And you came up with your price of 80. How did you come up with that?
Well, okay, so it's not that I am, my son is an appraiser. And and it's not just him. I mean, I was consulted with more than one and builders that, and again, I'm being very honest. I mean,
yeah.
In order to materialize or realize the value, a structure needs to be there, okay, and then everybody's going to be happy. Hopefully, I'll be happy, but I don't see how I can make money over what I bought. So I would even take a loss on that. But the question is, how much of a loss? If you guys selling it's like 266, that's way more than market value, okay, that I could get for it. I doubt. Maybe 80 is a little exaggerating, but definitely, I mean, even the old price was ridiculously high. Right now I'm paying like for something that I can't even do anything. It could be maybe like a garden or some sort. So.
And so it was one property, you subdivided it into two properties.
I didn't. That's the way. I mean, that's why you have.
They sold it that way. Okay.
No, that's why you have two addresses here.
Yes, but you said it was one before, right?
That's what I understood. You know, I wasn't. I'm from Western, so.
Oh, so when it was subdivided, it wasn't like they did it when they sold it to you.
No,
you bought it that way.
I bought it. Yeah,
got it. Okay.
Two lots.
Okay.
Okay.
Side by side. Yes. Trying to think. I had one other question and it slipped my mind. Let me think. The water main. Where is it on the property?
It's right there. It crosses all the way. You know, are you familiar with more or less the area?
It's over by St. Mortar, right? Old Black Rock Turnpike area?
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
On the
so there is
left-hand
like
side.
a property. I had no idea. This water main is 140 years old. And the funny thing is, I was told that if God forbid, okay, you break, it will flood the entire town of Berkeley. So nobody wants that.
You don't want you to touch it. Okay.
No, you can't touch it.
Yeah.
So you have to do a certain, before even getting into this, you have to build something to protect it, because apparently they don't even have the whole, what do you call it, like something to stop the flood if it has happened.
Right.
So that's the last thing I need, because people stop feeling like Venice. So that's what we have.
Okay. And you think 80 is about what it would be worth in order for someone to actually do all the work to be able to build on it to make it something saleable?
Yes.
But you haven't tried
and
to.
If that's the case, I promise you and I can commit that I will develop. Mm-hmm. Okay? I have the resources, but I need it to make sense.
You need the taxes lower.
Yes.
For that reason.
Okay?
Yeah, you haven't tried to sell it, right? You haven't put it on the market. No.
I did.
Oh, you did?
But people, I mean, that they come, they look. I mean, the property is in a good location, but it's not laid up good. It's below the street level. There is no access to there's no direct access to the lake.
Okay.
And there is a blockage of trees, so it's problematic. It's not terrible, but it's not like, you know, ocean view or something like this. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I was going to say, if you had a listing history of something and you put it on the market, you know, at a certain price, and you told me you didn't get that price, I could use that.
Well, I could bring so many people that say no. I mean, we are not even close.
Right.
So
you tried to sell it at the 280.
I tried to sell it for even 200.
You tried to sell it for 200. Okay.
But I mean, people don't like headaches. That's what I realized. Developers, they don't like headaches. They want 1 to 3 years. So I even challenge people to say, look, there are not so many empty lots in Fairfield.
I know.
So,
especially by the lake there, it's kind of nice.
But they rather, you know what? They rather have an old house and tear it down than to get into something like this, which is insane. But
right. Okay. So you did try to sell it for 200 in the last year or so.
Me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you so much.
Nothing else you want to put in the record, right? You're good.
I just want everybody to be healthy. That's the most important.
I hear you.
And you be vaccinated.
I'm going to, hopefully this month. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello?
Hi, come on in. Are you here for your appeal?
Yes.
Hearing? Oh, great. Come on in. Have a seat.
Great.
Just get myself a little organized here.
Okay.
Every person at the desk does it a little different. Usually I go down and get my people too. And I'm like, wait a second, these people are wandering up here because this room is hard to find.
Oh, okay. Well.
Gets a little complicated, so. Okay, so I'm going to start your appeal.
Okay.
When you get home. So I'm Kathleen Griffin.
Hi.
I'm one of 9 members on the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeal today.
Okay.
It's being recorded here on the phone here, so I know we have all got masks
Okay.
on, but if you can just speak, a little
Okay.
slowly and speak up a little bit, that would be great. I'm going to read a few things into the record first, and please correct me if any of it is wrong.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, it is 468. Yeah, you don't have to correct that one. Let me just write that down here. Okay. So your appeal number is 294.
Yes.
The property address is 40 Timberland Lane.
Timber.
40 Timber Lane. Is that right? Timbr.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, Christopher Kiernan, and there's another name on there, but they cut it off on here.
Marie.
The owners, Marie.
Yep.
And the town has your property valued at $932,100, and you wish to have it reduced to $775,700.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. And then the next thing I'm going to do is verify that you are who you are and swear you in.
Okay.
So if you can just state whether you are the owner of the property or the duly authorized agent and your name.
Christopher Kiernan, and I am the owner of the property.
Oh, right. Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so now this is your, I just want you to sign. I put their piece of paper right in the middle. Since there's only one of you, you just need to sign the top line in the middle there where it says owner. And now this is your opportunity to tell us why you believe, the market value of your property is what you're requesting and not what the town has. And as you may know, market value is what your home most likely would have sold for on October 1st of 2020. So we just asked you to try to be as, succinct as possible as we're on a 15-minute schedule here. So, yeah.
Okay. So there were 2 things. One, if you're looking at the field card, our property has a large portion of the property has been classified as either top with the topography problem or wetlands, and that's wrong. The amount that the town has is off. I was going to show you kind of the map of the property and some pictures to kind of show you the percentage how the percentages
I think it's here. I think you submitted it. Is that right? It's here in the paper form.
Yeah.
Yep. So I see that here. So can you just explain to me first why you think it's incorrect? I just want to make sure you're understanding your card correctly.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got 3.79 acres, and there's a pond that runs right through the property, and on both sides of the pond, there's obviously a large wetlands buffer on either side that takes up almost the entire property. And both sides of the property we're sitting in the bottom of a valley, the whole property. So it's straight rock croppings up from the bottom of the property where the water is, straight up to the top of our property line.
Okay.
So, and it's an incline. The incline is about 60 feet from top to bottom. So the land is absolutely it's unusable, and that's why it's gotten some. They've done this, but when you look at the property, the amount is just the proportions are off, right? So there's about 1 acre of the property. And I tried to show it with the graph. I overlaid a graph paper on top of the the property map to show kind of what was unused, kind of the area that should be classified that way, and the other part.
Okay, so you have 3.79 acres.
Right.
How much of it would you say is unusable of the 3.79 acres?
At least 2.79.
2.79. So you have about 1 acre. Okay.
Yeah. And and that's generous on the 1 acre being usable.
Sure.
And as you can see, almost the entire property sits within the wetlands buffer. I mean, there's essentially none that's usable. Do you want the color picture?
You just show me where the house is here at the very beginning?
No, that's the driveway.
Got it. So the house is somewhere.
So I'll show you. So this is the driveway, right? This is my property right in here. So there's a driveway,
right.
And the house is here.
Is where that AA is.
No, over here, right where my finger is, right there.
Okay, that's what
And there's a small yard, and then, and I think you might be able to see better in the color photos that I've got. Just kind of, it's hard to, you don't see the, photos could tend to flatten out but it is kind of straight up and down on either side.
I just wanted to point out only because on your field card, there are these adjustments down
right.
the bottom.
And I'm just
here.
saying that at least that only it should be, in my opinion, it should be 2.79 and 1 acre is regular. The whatever they classify that as.
Okay. Yeah, this is a condition factor, which isn't really a percent usable. It's just a percent discount that you get for your wetland.
But I'm saying back here, the land units. So the land units.
Oh, yes, they're required to do the first one as if it's 2 acre zoning. The 87,120 is 2 acres. So regardless of what's wet and what's not, if anybody has more than 2 acres, then the first line will always be 87,120 because that's what 2 acres is.
But we're not 2 acre zone.
You're a AA zone. Is it 1 acre zone?
It's a 1 acre zone.
Okay. Well, either way, the first, I don't think it's even by zone. I think it's just across the town. If you have 2 acres, your first 2 acres will show up as a line like this, and then any additional property after that will show up as a separate line item. That's how the assessor has it for everybody. So it's not, those numbers are not have anything to do with how much of your property is wet. It's just how they break up 2 or more acres.
Okay, but that's, the property is not, if they're going to designate some of it, it's off.
Right. So what I'm saying, so if you look across, because if you look at anybody else with a lot of acreage on their property, you're going to see the same thing. If someone has 5 acres, you're still going to see the first 2 acres as a line item, and then you see the extra acreage. So the way that they calculate the values is by looking at that number coming across, and so it's really your condition factor.
Right.
So right there, 0.95 just means that they're giving you some discount because because part of your property is not usable. So, but 1 acre of it is. You said about 1 acre is right.
Yeah.
So that's what that condition factor is. And then the other part, you're paying taxes on the other 1.5 acres. The land value is 54. So that's the value they assign to the rest of your property. So it's a little confusing. The assessor can explain it a little bit more, but everybody's card, anybody with more than 2 acres is shown the same way. And that condition factor that's where the LOF, I'm guessing that means, or LDF. I'm not exactly sure. That probably
but we are only zoned as it's a 1 acre.
It's a 1 acre zone.
So I would still argue that only 1 acre should be at that top rate and the rest should be at the bottom rate.
At the bottom rate, okay.
And then, as far as comparable sales, over the course of that period, I've listed all the ones that I saw.
Yes, I made a copy of that. I should have my reading and my dyslexia. It's easy for me. Guys for the little print. Okay, let me change them out. There we go. Okay, so I see some comparable sales on here. And let's see, which one would you say? Or you can tell me a couple of them that you want to pick out that you think are very similar to
they're all, to some extent, closer to our house. I tried to throw in a couple that had larger pieces of property so that even though they're not necessarily right in our neighborhood. But the fact of the matter, all of these are bigger houses than mine. and they all sold for, none of them sold for anywhere close to 900,000.
All are bigger homes? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in the square footage difference you can see in that second column.
Okay, yep.
And
how about the land? Most of them?
The ones that are in my neighborhood are all 1 acre lots, and that's.
So they have less of.
Right.
So, okay. So
but then I grabbed a couple that were similar size homes, or even a little bit bigger homes that were that were bigger lots, and again, all of those were selling at or below, significantly below what I've been assessed at. And just looking at, those houses and kind of how they moved from 1 year's assessment to the next, they were all at or below. In fact, they averaged 90% of their previous assessment. And my assessment went up 105%, went up 5%, while everyone else's seemed to go down 10% on average.
Right.
And that seems to be a little bit off when we're talking about that.
Right.
So all, looking at all the prices, running anywhere from 710,000, to 835 to 650 to 745. All these houses are selling for low. I mean, if I could sell my house for what you guys have appraised, I'll sell it tomorrow.
Okay.
Right? I mean, it's not even.
So which one on the list do you think is, if someone was buying your house, which one of these houses over here is most like yours on your list, would you say?
I guess the Galloping Hill house.
Okay. So the Galloping Hill for 810, is it 810?
But it's a bigger house, and it's significant. It's a newer, certainly more updated than ours.
And it's sold for 810.
Yeah.
Okay.
The house on Hollydale is very similar as well.
And the Hollydale one, okay, let's see, and that's kind of in your neighborhood as well.
That's in our neighborhood.
Okay, the Hollydale and
Galloping
Hill. Okay.
And then maybe either one on Rolling Hill is
Rolling Hills Drive is close to you. Okay.
And that's more similar just because maybe the larger lot. I mean, I think as I looked at all these and did the analysis, and I know that I'm not supposed to separate land from house, but if you look at all of those homes, the land portion of their property assessment, on average, in my neighborhood, it went up 10%, and in the houses that were larger lots, 2 acres or above, it went down 20%, and my land value went up 25%.
Are you in the Lake Hills district?
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be why.
But the other houses in my neighborhood, all their property,
on the Lake Hills
only went up 10%. So why did mine go up 25%?
It could be because you have more land. It could be, because you have such a large parcel. So it could be part of that.
But it's a useless piece of property.
No, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and you're showing me some sales, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And the only thing I see on here is that you paid $930 for it in 2005. But that was 2005 at the,
And the absolute height of the market.
Exactly.
And now, I mean, like I said, if someone gave me $930, I'd move.
Yeah. And so you're asking for $775, $750. Okay. Just how did you come up with that $775 number?
Looking at the comps, and then also looking at where I think the land proportion should be.
Okay. So you're not really arguing the value of the structure per se. You just really feel like you need more adjustments because your land is so unusable.
And I also think that every comparable home in my neighborhood is selling for less than $800,000.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, there hasn't. None of the houses that sold in our neighborhood have sold above $825.
Nothing's over $825.
I mean, everything is
Okay, and you had an informal hearing. Did they tell you anything from the informal hearing?
No, they sent me something saying we don't, leave it the way it is, which was really disappointing that they didn't seem to pay any attention.
That's why we decided as a board this year that we were going to do in-person hearings.
Yeah.
Now the assessor's like, oh, no one will come in. Everybody will, want a phone call. I said, no, I think they want to come in. They want to make sure
I don't mind paying my fair share, but it just seems, especially when you look at all the other pieces of property are going up, 10%,
Right.
and I'm going up 25%. And the bigger pieces of property that are similar sales, the land actually went down in value. That doesn't, that seems like it's totally off. And
Right.
for some reason, my piece of property is being looked at a different way. And the fact of the matter is, I sit at the bottom of this valley with a swamp and rock croppings. And it's not even a pond, right? So during the summer, it dries up and it becomes a swamp, and when it rains, it becomes a pond. So it's not even I wish I could say that sometime in the last 10 years, when my kids were younger, that they could skate on it, but they don't. They can't. It's not a pond. It's not truly a pond.
Okay. I think I hear you. And you gave me a couple of, and like you said, these are similar to yours. They sold in the last year or so.
Yeah.
And, like I said, we try to get to market value.
Yeah.
How the assessor does that with their computer is, almost beyond where we get or where, where we understand. But I'm guessing a lot of your numbers are because of your land value. But at the end of the day, comparable with what your house would have sold for on October 1st.
Well, if it's what it was sold for, I can tell you, when my wife said, hey, we need to downsize, and the real estate agent came in and said, here's what you should put it on the market for. She was aggressively trying to get the listing and saying $850, and we knew that wasn't gonna.
How long ago was that?
That was when everybody was talking about how crazy the market was going.
Recently, within the last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
So a broker who wanted listing said $850.
Yeah, which we knew. Yeah.
Okay.
That wasn't realistic.
Broker didn't say $950.
No.
Okay, no, that's good. That's good.
No, but that's
and
that was one of those people who came in and said, the market's going crazy. We're getting no look bids. People are coming in and buying things sight unseen. You should put this on at $850 and see if somebody will grab it. And not many of it. You hear all kinds of great stories about it, but I didn't hear any in my neighborhood that went that way. So, and that was kind of, she said, look, you've got to, if they don't come up, they don't see the piece of property, and they just look at the numbers, maybe somebody will grab it. But,
But it's a tough piece, like a long driveway.
We've got almost a quarter-mile driveway that, that's always a lot of fun when it starts to snow and you have to have a cloud every time it snows.
I'm happy I downsized to something with a shorter driveway.
Yeah, well, that's,
I can't do it anymore,
and that's the thing,
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate your time, and I just will read you a quick summary here before you leave. Thank you for coming. I'll present your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. We hope to make all our decisions in March. If you're denied, you can come back next year. And if you were granted a reduction, you can't appeal again until the next reval period in 5 years. But if you don't agree with our decision, you can take it to court and appeal your decision in court. And instructions on how to do so will be in your decision.
Please don't make me do that.
I hear you. All right, and you signed that for me, right? You did. Yeah, we're all set. Okay, great. Thanks very much for coming in. You're welcome. Hello. Hey, can you tell me if this light is all right, Kimberly. That's what I was wondering. I know, that's what I thought. Was you on your 5:30? What? Oh, I know. I'm ready to put these in the folder. Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. You're here for Hollydale?
I am.
Okay, great. It is 5:24. Here, feel free to have a seat.
Okay.
I will my notes out here. Your signature sheet. And this is for you. And once I swear you in, I'm just going to have you sign it right in the middle there.
Okay.
All right. And let's see. So, welcome. I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Okay.
And I'm going to hear your appeal today. Your appeal is being recorded here through this telephone here, also being broadcast live for anybody who wishes to listen. So,
okay.
I'm going to state a few things for the record. Please correct me if any of it is not right. So,
all right, go ahead.
Your appeal number is 78. The property address is 119 Hollydale Road. The owner of the property is Max and Kara Clegg.
That's right.
The town value on the property is $894,000, and you're requesting a reduction to $799,867. Oh, that's good, right?
Yep. No
okay,
complaints.
great. And then the next thing I'm going to do is verify that you are who you are, believe it or not. So
oh, okay.
If you could state whether you are the owner or the duly authorized agent, and also state your name for the record.
Max W. Clegg, and I am the owner of the property.
Okay. So now I'm just going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I will swear you. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. So now this is your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value on your home on October 1st was the value you're requesting and not the value assigned by the town. Market value, as you may know, is what your home most likely would have sold for on that date.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is your time to tell us your story.
Okay. Well, the town's reassessment of my property, again, it's 119 Hollydale Road, is $625,800, implying a market value, as you said, of $894,000, or an 11% increase over the prior assessment. That valuation seems unsupported by comparable sales during the base period. The mean of the 14 transactions during the base period for 4 to 5 bedroom homes on 1 acre lots, similar to my home in the neighborhood, is $221 versus $247 a square foot for my home. In other words, 10% lower than I've been valued, and incidentally, around 10% higher than my last valuation. So of those 14 comps, 11 of those comps are lower than mine, with a mean of $207 a square foot, or 16.5% lower than the town valued my property. Now, given the distribution of those data points, with so many of them being lower than mine, one would have to think that my house must have valuable features to distinguish it from most of those other 11 homes, or all of them. But for the avoidance of doubt, there have been no meaningful enhancements or improvements to my property since 2009 under the prior owner when they added a room totaling 645 square feet. Incidentally, the property card incorrectly indicates the room to be 572 square feet, so I'm not sure what I do to address that.
Well, that's important for you to tell me that, because I am going to have them confirm that for you. So.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let me just make sure I get that information right, get on my form here. So your appeal 78, property is 119 Hollydale. Okay, and your correction is the family room square footage?
No, there's an addition of a room. I'm not sure how they refer to it on the property.
Okay.
I can show you on the property card.
Yeah, addition of the bay room?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And they calculate it
as 572 square feet.
Okay. And it is, they measure the exterior of the house. They don't do the interior of the room. They do the all our measurements are based on the outside.
Yeah, sorry. And in fact, I misspoke. I misspoke on the measurements. Where's my property card? Yep, I have
Is
that.
that the room over to the right? The 20,
Yeah.
So it's 20. They have it as 22 by 20.
Oh, sorry. Here it is. So they have it as 26 by 24, and in reality, it's 26 by 21.
Is it the room on the right?
I can hold it up. It's
I hope I have the right property.
this room right here.
Oh, the one on the left, I'm looking at the other
Right.
side.
And of course, they do a carve-out for the basement, but the dimensions of the room are 26 by 21, not 26 by 24. So it's a difference of 546 square feet versus 572.
Okay, so it's really, they have 26 by 24, and you're saying, say that one more time.
It's 26 by 21.
26 by 21, okay.
Sorry, and just to correct the record, I misspoke earlier about the dimensions, but those are the...
It's not 26 by 24, it is, and that's the exterior measurements, right?
26 by 21, yeah.
Okay. So the corrections are, you know, I don't know how much it'll take off, but it will, usually square footage will, and that's a finished room, right?
Yep.
So whatever they call that.
So again, you know, there have been no meaningful enhancements to the property since 2009 with the addition of a room. And in fact, to detract from the value of the property, shortly before I bought it, there was an easement agreed to by a prior owner in favor of a neighbor, rendering a portion of the property essentially unusable for a whole host of uses. I can't put a shed on it. I can't, you know, there's all kinds of
So
things.
the neighbor has an easement on your property?
Yes, that's exactly right, in his favor. And of course, that's on record with the town.
Sure. Do you know on your property card if that easement is reflected?
It is not. No. So again, you know, let's talk about differentiation between the houses.
So one second, how big is the easement?
I
mean, do they have like, you know, a quarter of an acre that they...
No. It's smaller than that. I don't have the exact dimensions with me.
Okay.
The town has that information, but it doesn't take it into account on the property.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it on your card. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a good question.
In terms of the spread of homes, and I did bring some pictures that I hadn't previously submitted. I have copies for you if you'll look at them.
Sure.
Of the three houses that are higher, of the 14 comps. And I've defined the neighborhood pretty broadly as the four main streets. So Congress, Burr, Brookside, and 58 encompasses basically that whole neighborhood in the St. Pius area there.
Right.
There are three houses that are higher in valuation than mine in the comps, the base period. One is lakefront property and newly renovated, basically gutted, beautiful home.
Which one is that?
That is indicated on the sheet I sent you.
I have this sheet of comparables here.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think it even says,
One of which is lakefront newly
it's Springer.
renovated.
I think it's Springer, and the value is like $271.70.
So you're talking about 163 Springer?
Yeah, that's right. It says lakefront property in the notes.
Yeah.
The other
Is that
one,
a nicer property, a nicer home than yours?
yeah, it was completely gutted and refurbished. I mean, you can look at in fact, the last listing for that house indicates that.
Okay, and that one sold
That one's
$795 in July.
That's right.
Okay.
The other house, which is indicative, is this one. You probably know this house if you've ever been to the area. That is a 3 or a 4-car garage, really high-end finishes. It's, you know, relatively new construction. It's huge. And if you look at the pictures online, I mean, it's got like a bespoke, you know, custom-made kitchen. It's unbelievable. You know, it's just not even comparable.
Right. And that one sold for $1.4 million.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But on a per square footage basis, these are the only, you know, these two houses are higher than mine. And then you look at like the 11 houses that are lower than mine, and I just want to show you these pictures. I have the square footage indicated on the house. So here's the subject property.
Okay, so this is numbers. I'm just going to write your appeal on here because we have to scan it all in. This is not in your file yet, right?
It's on there.
Oh, it's in here? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So you just showing me.
Oh, the pictures are not. No, but it's indicated indicated on the spreadsheet.
Okay, yeah, no, it's added to the record.
That's the
Okay.
subject. That's my house.
Okay. Your appeal number 78. Okay.
Now, just keep in mind that picture there that I'm indicating as a really high comp. That's only 3.5% higher than my assessment. I mean, that house on its face, and again, if you look at the pictures online, it's unbelievable. Here's another that I would say is a comp for my house. They look very similar. It's the same builder. Hell, it's even the same color.
Okay, so really this is a better, I mean, even though you have it on your list, it sold for $1.4 million, it's not really a comparable sale. People looking at this house aren't looking at yours.
No, I agree with you, and yet the town has assessed my house on a square footage basis very similar to that one. I mean, there's no comparison.
well, with the square footage is on a curve, just like the land's on a curve. So it's a little bit different.
Fair enough, but
This guy could be way under, right? He could be under appraised. The town may have him too low, so.
again, but let's look at it in context, okay?
Yep.
So here's another comp.
But give me so you're giving me 525 Hollydale as a comp? Okay. As similar to yours?
Right.
Okay, so you got 1, 2. And let me just see when that one sold. That one sold, Hollydale, 525 Hollydale. Okay, that sold for 710 on 8/5/2020.
Right.
Okay. And you think Springer's a little nicer than you?
Springer's been completely according to the listing, Springer was basically rebuilt, and it's on the lake. Like, it's literally on the lake.
Yeah, I know where that is. Okay, or I know where Springer is.
Yeah.
Okay, 525 Hollydale is more similar to you. Okay.
Yep. There's another one, same builder, same color, same.
Number 78, okay. And then, and then the 164 Surrey Lane, that's that's more up off of Congress, right?
Well, it's less than a quarter mile from my house.
It is. Because I've been to Surrey, but I always go to it from Congress. So you can get to it from Black Rock Turnpike on the side. You go in.
You go Galloping Hill and you go in. It's right there. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
All of these particular comps are in my immediate neighborhood.
Yeah. So 164 Surrey Lane. Okay. And let's just look that guy up.
Yep.
164 Surrey. The Springer was one you gave me, but that's nicer.
I'm saying Springer is not a comp. I'm just showing you all of the transactions.
Right. Because just so, we're trying to get at the market value of your home.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, the things that are on that list, those are just the transaction that happened,
right.
And I'm just trying to contextualize.
But if you can give me some sales, I can help understand. Okay,
There's one more.
So 4 is good. That's perfect. Any more than that? Because we got 650 of these, so that's.
Yeah, no, I understand.
The better.
And this is the first time I've done this, so I apologize if I'm giving you too much information.
And the clearer you are with, which one is the most like yours, that sells your case the best. So you gave me 4. 766 Mountain Laurel's another one. If you had to pick of those 4, which one would you say is most like you? Not looking at the dollars per square foot.
That's fair.
Bedroom, bath, lot size. If someone was going to buy your house, which, condition, which one of these do you think might be the one? I mean, they all look very much the same, so I totally get that.
I would say, in terms of yard and location, I would say 766 Mountain Laurel or 164 Surrey.
Okay.
And those have slightly different values, but they're very similar, same, basically constructed within a few years of each other.
And 164 Surrey, so that'll be your number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And let's see, Surrey sold for 164 Surrey sold for 570, but that was in February. Okay, that sold for 570. In 210. So it was a little bit before. COVID has made things so crazy that it's really hard. Normally we see, and then 766 Mountain Laurel. Now that's 4,100 square feet, right? So that sold for 830.
Right. Mine's considerably smaller and sold.
Yours is smaller. Okay. Yeah. 830. 766 Mountain Laurel sold for 830 on 6/15/20.
Yeah, I'm going off appearance in the lot. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I wasn't able to go into their homes. So.
No, just, if you look at bedrooms and baths and all that, you probably...
all of these are 4 and 5, bedroom homes on my list here, but...
Okay. Did you put yourself on the top of this list? No.
Mine's, if you look down below, it says 119 Hollydale.
Got it. So I'm just going to write, you're at the top here, Hollydale. How many square feet are you? I mean, I can look it up, but if you can help me, because I've got...
3614.
3614 square feet. Okay, 3614. And how many bedrooms?
5.
5 bedrooms.
Well, does it have to have a closet to count as a bedroom?
Whatever
My property card actually says 4, but that's because I think one of them doesn't have a closet.
Got it. Okay, so it's 4 or 5. And then how big's your lot?
It is just under an acre. The property card's right. Let me just.
I know, I've got it up here, I'm just going back and forth with a lot of people getting a little not confused, so I want to make sure I'm not getting it wrong on here. So it looks like you are 1.1 acres, right? 1.1 acres.
Actually, you're right. I have that on the sheet I gave you, 1.1 acres.
Yep,
Yeah.
and then your built is
66.
1960. Okay. So the Springer is nicer, the Hollydale, the Surrey, and you said you think Mountain Laurel and Surrey are the two that are most like yours.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think Springer's a comp at all. It's a sale transaction.
It's a sale, but you won't. Okay, I'm going to.
Yeah, it's not a comp. It's lakefront property.
Right. Okay.
Just like the one on Lower Galloping Hill that was pointed out, not comps. I only brought those to illustrate the fact that those are fairly close in valuation to what the town gave me, but my house isn't even remotely comparable. I take your point on the square footage being a curve, but nonetheless,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the assessor, they look at it somewhat like, if you have an extra room, the basis, when you have a foundation, right, foundation, garage, you have the base of your house, every little thing you add doesn't add, it's not a linear relationship between that, right?
Yep.
And the same with the land. If you have 200 more square feet of land, it's not that much more valuable to you, on a linear. It's all on a curve. So that's why for us, as much as the computers need to use a formula because it's a mass appraisal to come up with everything, there's a ton of things on this card, as you can see, that goes into the formula. But thankfully for us as a Board of Assessment Appeals, we just try to figure out, is your market value right for if your house was on the market October 2020, what might it have sold for, and by showing me some other homes that somebody might have, if they were looking in this price range, these are the houses they'd probably be looking at when they're buying mine. And so that's what I'm kind of getting at. And I think you're telling me the two that they would probably consider over yours would be the Hollydale and the Mountain Laurel and the Surrey.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, 525 Hollydale is a 5-bedroom. It's over an acre. It looks very similar to mine. It's one of the ones I gave you.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And that sold at a higher, that sold at $710,000 in August.
Mm-hmm.
$238 a square foot.
Right, the Mountain Laurel. Again,
if you want to be comparable, like that's on the higher end of the comps that are similar to my house. I mean, the answer is probably someplace in between, but I guess
somewhere between
247 just seems $247 a square foot relative to everything else on this list.
Right.
Puts me in the top 4 transactions in the last. During the base period.
Well, look at your 894 number. See, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your 894 and saying you're giving me sales in the, one in the low 8s, some in the low, one of them is in the 8s, the others are in the 7s. So you're telling me,
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
That's how we look at it. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, look at 894. There's nothing on this list higher than 894 except 2 homes that went in the millions. One went for $1.4 million, one went for $1.1 million.
Right, so I'm not even going to, that's not really, someone buying your house is going to also be looking at this house, right?
No, that's true.
Right, so what I'm trying
They'll be looking at every other house on this list, all of which are lower in valuation than the town gave me.
And it's the sales price that's indicating to me that this, I know what this, I have a good idea what this guy's going to get on the market as long as he's been on more than like a day, right? This is going to tell me, okay, this kind of house gets me this market value. So yeah, I know sometimes it gets it's hard because, everyone looks at the numbers and the square footages and this and that, and we're just like, show me the sales.
Well, that's what I try to do with the pictures and everything.
Absolutely.
Pictures worth 1,000 words, right?
This was the best thing you could add to your record for me, anyway, because I can see the pictures. I can see that this looks very much like you. I can look at the prices. I can see you gave me a chart. So this is, sometimes we say to people, just give me one sheet, give me the numbers.
Yeah, if I do it again, I'll be more succinct, I guess. But
yeah. And, so no worries. It's a learning process, and we also as a board are, through this process, we see a lot of the square footage coming at us that way, comparing themselves to their neighbors, and I just feel like just compare yourself to the market, and then we can help you.
Yeah,
right.
Which is
and
what
so
I
we're going to have the assessor put some notes together, maybe do a video. Yeah, so, and I just want to read your closing statement. So thank you for coming in. I will present your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. We hope to make all the decisions in March, but with 650, we may need an extension. If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. So that's the good thing. If we feel like you didn't make your case, doesn't mean. I mean, plenty of people march right in next year and they say, I'm better prepared this year. Now I understand the process.
Okay.
Still always going to be to October 1, 2020 for the next 5 years. Everyone's, we still compare to that date. It's not like you're chasing, you don't have to come prove to us 2021. It's still October 2020.
Okay, got it.
So that's, for 5 years, we're always looking at the 2020 sales. So if you're granted a reduction, you can't come back again until the next 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
And can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the number that I put out there previously was based on, was an average, and I think, is it binary? It's either I get my appeal number or does the town come back with a different number?
We, as a board, we deliberate and look at it. Obviously, statute requires you to name a dollar amount.
Okay, yeah.
So what we might say, sometimes we will grant it. Sometimes we'll grant it in part. If we think, no, 820 was really more accurate, we will give you a partial reduction. And if we think you deserve more than that, we may even, sometimes we put you lower than what you asked. But some people just don't know, but they know that it's wrong. And so when we take a look at their paperwork, we're like, yeah, he's still, he did his best, but he's still 100,000 too high. Mm-hmm. So we will bring them, bring them down. So it's a judgment. There's, at least 5 of us who will be looking at it. But like I said, the more, now that you've provided me some photographs and things and you've told me, which sales here, that really helps us get close to, the $7.99 that you requested. So,
shall I sign this?
Please, I'm sorry if I could ask you to do that, yeah.
Okay, Kathleen, thank you.
You did a great job.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, yours too. Have a good night.
Shall I let her know that you're finished?
Yeah, she'll probably see you on the way out. She's pretty good.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
You good, or?
I am good, I
All right.
think. Oh, got this one, but yeah.
All right, I'll put them up.
Is this Kathleen?
Kathleen's in here.
Okay.
Come on in.
Man, it's a labyrinth. Oh, where do I sit, right here?
You're welcome to sit right there, sure. Let me, made a mistake with my last one, so give me 30 seconds to get my
Take your time.
act together here. What did I just do? In a mess. All right, put that one there to figure out in a minute.
Very punctual, that's nice. I have a game I want to watch tonight.
Which one, the Rangers?
The
No, they were on
UConn
last
ladies,
night.
the
Oh,
UConn
UConn.
ladies.
Nice, are they going to win?
I think so.
All right, so I have a sheet for you to sign here. Once I swear you in, I'll just ask you to sign the middle line there where it says signature. And I'm going to read you a few statements here into the record. So my name is Kathleen Griffin. I am one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and your hearing is being recorded on this phone right there. It's actually being broadcast live in case anybody really wants to listen. So.
You mean on the channel something?
Yeah, on a telephone line. They can dial in and listen if they want, yeah. So I'm going to state a few things for the record, and please correct me if any of it is inaccurate. Okay. So, it is, let me write down the time here. 5:56 p.m. Okay, so your appeal number is 381. Your property address is 73 Inwood Road.
Correct.
The owners of the property are Walter and Ann Flanagan.
Correct.
The town has you valued at $808,000.
Correct.
You wish a reduction to $785,200.
Correct.
Okay, and now I'm just going to ask you to state your name for the record and say whether you are the owner or a duly authorized agent.
Yes, my name's Walter D. Flanagan. I am both the owner, co-owner, and duly authorized agent and an attorney.
All right. Oh, then I don't even need to swear you in if you're an attorney in Connecticut, is that right?
I am.
Okay, great. So then we can skip that step if you don't mind signing for me anyway, just so that no one chases you.
I signed it.
Oh, you did? Perfect. Okay, great. I was going to say no one chases you for the paperwork. So. Okay, so now this is your chance to tell me, where is my, a long day already. Let's see. Provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st, 2020 is what you request and not the value assigned by the town. Market value, as I'm guessing you know, is what your home most likely would have sold for on October 1, 2020.
Right.
Okay, great.
You all set?
I am good. I'm going to put away the fact that you were here, and I'm going to take some notes.
Okay.
And I've got a folder here with some of
And what
your
I'll do
information.
is just to make sure I don't go over, I'll set it for 15 minutes or I'll watch, okay?
I intended to go to Staples and get some nice little digital clocks for all of us.
Right. But in any event, let me tell you the story.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The house we live in is a big old house. It's right on the Bridgeport line. And it was built in 28 and 29. Mr. Waterman built it and lived in it till 1973. We purchased it in 1973 and have lived there for 48 years.
Wow.
That is sort of significant because
Most of the other properties in the area have been sold 4 or 5 times, so there's really no market standard for our house. And exactly 5 years ago, that's actually March 2nd, 5 years ago on March 2nd, I appeared on this issue and I appealed my assessment, and my appeal was successful. And I have a copy here of the decision which reduced the assessment from $566,790 to $552,790. I put on an extensive presentation with lots of exhibits, and as a matter of fact, when we finished the hearing, there were 3 people then. They thought maybe I was being too generous to the town and it should be even less. But in any event, I thought it was fair, and that was it. So then...
And that was your appraised value back then, or your assessed value?
No, it was they sent me the assessment
thing.
Yes,
I know. I want him to try to show both.
Yeah, because it should be appraised. I like to talk appraised. But this, you want a copy? You want a copy of this?
Appraised. No, no. Oh, that's the old one?
That's the decision of the board 5 years ago.
If you haven't submitted that already, I'll put it in the records. Yeah.
So the reason I'm here is because I spent 50 years in the judicial system as a state's attorney. And it was always important that there be full faith and credit to the decisions of the court or the board. So I came before this board 5 years ago, and they made a decision. And now, I call it vision appraisal. I don't know what their technical name is. They have overridden the decision that this board made. And the interesting thing is they did it by increasing the value of my lot, my 0.89 acres, $67,000, the land. And nothing has changed in the land. I didn't discover gold, there's no oil, but they wanted to reach a figure that was exactly the same as what it was before the board changed it. So I have here the figures from what they did in 2016 when I came. They appraised the property, and I used appraise at $809,700. So they really have just come back and put it where it was, even though the board determined, I'll give you this too.
Okay, so you were at $809,700.
That's what it was in 2015.
And then you came in and appealed it.
Right.
And then we reduced it to whatever the
Right.
$552,790 divided by 7. Right. I'm
So,
just going to do the. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to do the math here. I didn't bring a calculator. So, 5. Even the field card. 522. I gotta put a calculator in my bag. If I don't take notes, 746, 842. Does that sound right? Around 746,000.
Yeah, I don't have that. I dealt in appraisals, but they do it with.
Yeah, well, that would be the appraised value that they gave you back then. Yeah,
Yep.
but we can do the math from the steps.
Okay.
Okay, so approximately they took about $60,000 off appraised.
Right.
Okay.
They increased it.
Well, I think I was on the BAA. I remember this.
Oh,
property.
no. The land stayed the same. They just reduced the improvements.
Right, in 2016, that was the change.
Right,
Okay.
the change. They didn't touch the land. It was 340 something.
Right.
They reduced the house.
In 2016.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's when I gave you their conclusion.
Right.
So, in any event, it doesn't make sense. So what I have done, since I've lived here for 48 years, I have pretty good knowledge of what's going on. I have prepared a diagram, which I'm going to hand to you. I'll put it here. You want to pick it up?
If it's new, I'm going to add it to the record. Yeah, it's like yours.
Well, I'll put it there so you don't see. I've had my shots, by the way.
I know. I'm anxious to get mine, but I don't have appointments yet. So, a lot of people have already said that tonight. So I'm hopeful that it will.
Right.
That will continue to happen for all of us. We can.
So.
Normalize. All right. Okay.
The easiest thing to look at to justify what I ask for, which isn't really a lot, but the easiest thing is to look at lot number 584. That's lot 1. Incidentally, my lot's number 7, all right, so you can orient.
So this is the subject right here, 7. Okay.
Right, 7. It's 587 and 7, okay?
Yeah.
The lot to the right of that is called the McGregor lot. That's 584. They have, and I'm going to give you this, their property is 0.89 acres, exactly the same as my lot, which is 0.89 acres, exactly the same. The irony is, and I looked at the field notes on that, they have a note about shape of the lot. Well, obviously, the shape of that lot is different.
Right.
But if you look, it's twice my frontage, and they also have frontage on Shirley Place.
Right.
The last 20% of both properties is totally wooded, useless. The only people who live there are deer. There's 6 or 7 deer who sleep in my yard every night.
Okay.
And I have it's sloped. The topography is my iPhone couldn't do too good a job.
That's okay. This is the back of your yard?
That's the back of my yard.
Okay.
Just like their yard is cultivated more than mine, to be perfectly honest.
Okay.
So that is an identical analysis. In their assessment of their 0.89 acres is $398,100. And Vision, I have it right here, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
Vision says mine is worth $416,400.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll leave you that. That's the lot next door. Then, how's my time doing?
Sure. That's okay. Just trying to figure out where you're going. So yeah.
We've now looked at the lot 584. Now we're going to lot 589, which is it's contiguous. It's right across the street from 584 and one removed from my house.
Okay.
Okay? That is the Underhill house. The Underhill house let me just get it.
Did you look at the Fords in number 5? Did you look at what their land value was?
Ford? No, I don't have that.
You don't. Okay, only because their lot's similar to yours in terms of shape. But okay.
The Underhill property, which is 589,
okay,
it's a land that is 1.5 acre.
Okay.
As opposed to 0.89 my acre, almost twice.
Okay.
Their land is the 1 acre is assessed at $368,800, and then for some reason they bifurcated it, and there's another portion of the lot, the half acre, that they did at $16,500. So their total 1.5 acre is $433,300, and they say my 0.89 acre is $416,400.
Okay.
Now, as I pointed out, my land is less than 20%, maybe 30% is landscape. I cut the lawn. That's all I do. The rest is woods and deer. Their lot is totally landscape. So that's another comparison that doesn't make sense. Now, I will point out, if you have their field sheet, Vision Appraisal or someone said, because you're near Bridgeport.
They're on Park Avenue?
Yeah. They're not. They're on Shirley Place. I am, for all practical purposes, on Park Avenue. They say there's an apartment there. The apartment is named the Inwood. I see the apartment just like they do.
Okay.
So, doesn't really make sense.
Doesn't make sense. Okay.
But now before we leave them, I want to get their house. My house, which is really old, 92 years old, built in 28 and 29. Their house was built in 42. It's much newer.
Okay.
And it's more modern than my house. Their house, I'm going to give you this sheet.
This is the Underhill, right? Just
Yep.
want to make sure I'm still on the right
Yep.
property. Okay.
Their house has a living area of 5,520 square feet. My house has a living area of 3,655 feet. That is a considerable, that's 1,700 square feet more of living they have.
Mm-hmm.
And their dwelling is, their improvements, their house, is 485, so I'm going to give you this, 485,700. Mine is 391,600.
Okay.
What really is relevant, in my opinion, with respect to the house, is you know what the good is on the back when they describe on the back on the field sheet, good or
Yes, the condition, the interior
right,
condition, right.
right. Well, their good is 54%. Their house is much newer, more modern, and I know it's much more up to date.
Okay.
My good is 63, which is, if theirs is 54, mine shouldn't be 63. So that's another factor to consider.
Do you think they renovated and didn't tell the town, didn't pull any permits?
No.
No.
If you look at the field sheet, which I will give you,
For them? Okay.
for them,
Yeah.
they
Let
have,
me in here. There are some more than just yours.
let's see, I have it right here for you. If you look at my field sheet, all they did is put a roof on. And here's their field sheet. Fix the back.
Your condition on the inside is not as good as theirs.
No,
Okay.
they don't have it on that. Here's the field. I'll read just a few things, and I didn't bring my glasses. Fixed bath, an extra sink and pantry, heat.
And this is number 40 Shirley?
Yes.
No, 589 Underhill,
Right.
40 Shirley, okay.
And if you hear all I'm not going to read them all. You see them all here, which I will give to you. They did tons and tons of improvement. So they say theirs is 54% good and mine is 60, which doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Now I know all these homes forever.
I know.
I'm going to give you the ODNAC. That's number 4, the last one on the left up at top.
Okay.
And the ODNAC, Tom knows, he's a pediatrician. I don't know whether you know him.
Ryan is his wife?
Right, Ryan's his wife. And their property is, let's see if I can find it. I got ODNAC right here. They have a living space, and they've had 5 owners since we bought ours, and have made improvements each, and the worksheet shows all the improvements they've made.
Okay.
And they have living space of 3,703 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And their assessment, which I will give to you, on the home is 346,500. As I indicated, I have 3,655,
right,
and mine is almost 50,000 more with no improvement. And believe me, when I say no improvement, I'm giving you all these things. I want to just show you a thing because
pictures are always helpful because
Yeah, I
it shows
don't
the
want
condition of
to-
your home.
I don't want to overdo it. But our house, they say, has 3.5 bathrooms. There are only 2 showers, both in a tub. And I have a picture here of the first bathroom.
So they tell you have 3 full bathrooms, but you don't?
No. Here is one. I'm going to leave that. That is on the 3rd floor. We have never used that tub. And
First floor has a tub shower, a
not a
toilet.
shower, just a tub.
A tub and, okay, but it's 3 fixtures, okay.
A tub, a toilet, and a sink.
Okay.
That's that one. This is, they call a bathroom on the first floor. This is the only bathroom on the first floor.
And that's your half bath?
Yeah, I guess that's what
Okay.
they call it. At my age and my wife's particularly, it's so small it's hard to get it. They didn't do big bathrooms then like they
I
do
grew up
now.
in a 20s house and I loved it, but yeah, the bathrooms, no.
Yeah, young people don't like that. That's the problem.
No, there's no place to put anything.
No,
All
there's
gonna
no
go off
place,
the sink.
Now there are 2 of these bathrooms. These are, quote, that's in the master bedroom. I'll leave it here. But it's not big. There's no room for improvement. The shower is in the tub. We don't use that shower because it leaks. We only use the other one. And the kitchen. Back then, we have a massive living room, a massive dining room. That's the way it was then. The kitchen is tiny, and the master bedroom is humongous. Just to give you an illustration, there are 8 full-size doors in our bedroom. 8. You come in, then a door to the bathroom, then a different door out of the bathroom into a closet, a door out of the closet, a door into the sewing room, a door into a storage area, and then a door into the next room. Every room had 2 doors in, and I was crazy. Now, the last thing I want to show you is the kitchen, because our kitchen, well, we updated it 30 years ago. And these pictures illustrate how tiny our kitchen, I couldn't do it, it's so small. But these are the 3 things. This is where the cooktop is.
Okay.
Then that's the stove built in. That goes to the wall. Here's that stove, which then goes to that door. Then this is a cabinet.
Yeah.
Where the hell is the other one? Oh, that's those cabinets going there. That's the kitchen sink, the compact, and that's a window, and that's it. So you can go from here to there. It's perfect, but people don't like that. Young people, they don't want to put them
I
down.
want the big kitchen stuff.
So in any event, I could go on and on and on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go anymore. Oh, I will tell you one thing that sort of infuriates me. In number 3, which is directly across from me, that is, it's called the Sullivan House. They don't live there anymore. That house, this is sort of important, I think.
Is that 95 Inwood?
Yes, 595.
595
Right.
Inwood, okay.
Okay. That is a beautiful Tudor colonial, stone brick and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to leave you with this because this is sort of confusing. Well, I'm just going to give you the facts. You have to accept my representation. I have the field sheets, okay?
Okay.
That home, 595, which is on the diagram as number 3, has a dwelling area of 3,000. 315,200, okay? The living area, excuse me, let me get the living area. The living area is 3,401, as opposed to my living area is 3,655. So we have 200 more of living area. Their house is assessed at 315,200. I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
And ours is 391,600. Now, this sheet will blow your mind. I think there's a problem. In 2015, they put a new cedar roof on. They also put in all new casement windows. I just want to see if you can see the picture. It is beautiful.
I can look it up on our GIS, so that's okay.
Okay. It's a beautiful house.
Yeah.
They put in all new kitchen, a totally new heating system on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
They put in all new bathrooms.
Okay.
I don't know whether they have central air, but when I look at the field sheet, it doesn't have any improvements.
Doesn't show building permits, or anything like that.
Right.
Okay, that's 595 anyway.
Yep.
You sure it's 595? Didn't show up as 595 anyway.
Well, let me just.
Let's see. 95 is it?
Well, when I say 595, I mean that's the that's the building thing. Like 7 is ONAC.
Yeah.
They are 5/95.
Got it. I need to know the actual. I can find it, but Odenacs are 96, so they're next door to the Odenacs.
Right.
So they're an even number. So
Right.
maybe like
Just
62,
yeah.
Michael Smith or something.
Michael Smith. Yep.
Okay, so that's 62.
I can't believe I can't find that.
That's okay. I got it. I'm a pretty good detective. So okay.
All
Oh,
right.
the brick tutor.
Right.
Okay.
In those homes, that home was assessed more than ours when we moved in, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay.
So,
All right.
that's
I hear your
you can
story,
see
yeah.
what it is really principle for me, because I came here, you guys decided it, and then for no reason, they just jack it up.
Well, the whole town went up, almost everybody went up across the board. But,
except the big home, the big old colonials don't sell. Nobody's going to buy these homes.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, there are 2 homes that have been sold since the COVID occurred. They were in the last couple months. They were both on the market for 3 years.
Okay.
And one was a colonial like ours.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're near Bridgeport. I don't care what people say. Being near Bridgeport is a liability. Here's Michael Smith. I'm going to give you the field work on it. Oh, and when you do Michael Smith, he has 2 different, I'll give him 2 different cards, because the house is one, and then there's a little strip of land that has a different number that doesn't really impact the value much.
Got it. Okay.
Now, you're going to let the angels dance in your head with all the stuff I've given you.
I am. I happen to love your street, and I tried to move over there, but got the nicks on not being close enough to the train. So I would have gone there in a heartbeat. That's a lot of your neighborhood.
Here, don't lose that.
No, I'm going to take
And
that right
I got to
now.
tell you a funny story, and it's there's just 2 people live in the house. We had 6 kids. They're all gone. We've been empty nesters for 20 years. But, and I'm not complaining because I love the town and I've paid my taxes. I have paid in the last 6 years more real estate tax than I paid for the house.
Crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
Your 615 is here.
Okay, you're throwing me out. I'm going. I know how you work.
I love this
I
story.
gotta keep it going. I gotta keep it going.
Hey, I don't blame you.
All right,
I
got all this stuff for the record here, so let me see. You gave me all this, and the card.
Right.
All right,
That
I'm
note
gonna,
isn't necessary, the one that.
do you want it back?
It's just a note, that's
Okay.
fine. That you wouldn't, nobody would understand that.
I'd be surprised, but that's all right.
All right, thank you for your
Well,
time.
thank you very much, Mr.
Yep.
Fitzgerald. I appreciate it. Oh, Flanagan. Fitzgerald, Flanagan, where are you? Flanagan.
Right. And, I got it. Right now, I'm trying to fix the house up, because obviously I'm 83, my wife's 83, we're not going to live there forever.
Right.
But I just want my wife, if I told her I showed you this, she would kill me. I just want to show you one
So
thing.
you want it in the record for the world to see, or no?
No, it's going to be on this thing, so you won't know.
All right.
But I just got to show you. I'm having the back hall fixed. That's the wallpaper. That's how dirty the wallpaper was.
Oh, my Lord.
They're working on it now. But you don't notice those things. We never realized it was that dirty. But, when you get old, you don't know it. Your house gets old, you don't know it. But isn't that terrible?
It's okay. If you love it, have good charm.
Well, you know what?
You raised 6 children there.
Yep.
There's something about that. That karma isn't.
I
You
was the
can't buy
luckiest
that
person in
karma.
the world to get the house.
Yeah.
And I was, So, I'm not complaining. It's the principle of this decision that was made, and they just turned it over.
Yeah, every 5 years, often that'll happen, it gets kicked off, you're right. So it's
Yeah,
clearly a
right.
condition of your home.
Yeah. Okay, we'll see you later.
All
Thank you.
right,
Nice
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
bye-bye.
You're welcome. Careful on your way out there. Hi, are you here for conference room 2, Kathleen? Okay, come on in.
I'm Larry Soreski.
Sorry? Oh, Soreski? Hi, I'm Kathleen Griffin.
Hi,
I'm
Kathleen.
one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I am here to hear your appeal. I just want to let you know you're being recorded on that phone right there. For the hearings are all being recorded this year, and actually, anyone here can actually call a number on the agenda, and they can listen live if they so choose. So,
Oh, really?
I don't know if anybody's in right now, but yeah, you never know. I know. So, it's fun. So I'm just going to read a couple things. You can have a seat whenever you're ready.
Okay.
And let's see. Yeah, gentlemen here for a little bit. Okay. So I'm just going to read a couple things about your appeal and just make sure if you give me any corrections. So your appeal number is 497. It's 180 Inwood Road. The owner of the property is Cheryl Soretsky. The town has the property valued at $988,500, and you'd like to be reduced to $825,000.
Correct.
Okay. And then so the next I'm going to confirm who you are, so if you want to just say your name for the record and whether you are the owner or the authorized agent to be here.
I'm Lawrence Soreski. I'm the authorized agent. I have an affidavit.
Great. Authorized agent. Okay, then I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. They don't even give us tables, we have chairs over there. It's okay.
You got to put in for some better digs.
This is such a beautiful building. I really wish they would renovate it one of these days because it's got, it's gorgeous, but they put drop ceilings in and all the trim is up there. You can't even see it. Anyway.
I actually used to spend time here. Years and years ago, I was chairman of the Human Services Commission.
Oh, my goodness.
And Martha Plotkin was the director, or first of the Department of Aging, and then Human
And it was
Services.
in this building at that point?
Yeah, her office was in here.
Not down at the Bigelow Center where it is now. So
No.
they made some improvements. That's nice. Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. And then I'm just going to ask you to sign the middle section of that right there. I will take this and put it into the record. This is number 497. And now this is your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st, 2020 was the amount that you're requesting, the 825 number, and not the 988 number that the town has you at. So whatever you would like to tell us, and I do notice that there's a few documents in your folder here, so.
Right, I'm going to go through those, so if
Okay.
you have the exhibits there, you can follow or I'll walk you through. I think the first exhibit shows all the properties on my street and the change in assessments from last time to this. And as you can see from the red and the blue, there are only 4 properties that were increased. And of those, I was lucky enough to be way ahead of the pack. And all the rest were decreases. And I said to myself, why am I so lucky? You know, we haven't done any renovations, Lord knows. And by the way, I did not include in this 339 in Woodrow, the last address there. They did extensive renovation, and their property assessment went up 16.5%. But that's an outlier. And
I'm sorry, what number was it?
339.
339, 16% excluded due to the renovation.
Yeah,
okay.
And that would have skewed all these numbers.
Okay.
So, but what occurred to me is that in 2017 I applied for and got a reduction.
I see that on your card here. Mm-hmm.
Right, and I think that it's as if, you know, when they did the new number, as if that didn't happen. And so that's why I think that I'm, you know, up 10% essentially.
You may have bounced back. Yeah, sometimes that happens when you do the reval. For whatever reason you were taken down in 16, sometimes it bounces back.
Yeah.
Or 17, yeah, it was a 16 grand list. Do you recall the reason why you came in the last time? Was there anything in particular about your property that, condition factors or anything that that you mentioned the last time around that you recall?
Well, I know I mentioned the steam boiler system, which is a big issue because it's antiquated, it's expensive.
You have the old radiators. Okay.
Yep, the old radiators. And you have a letter there, Exhibit 3, from Park City Plumbing and Heating. And, he kind of said that.
Vapor steam system. Okay. Is that, yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up with those radiators.
Oh, okay.
The noise of the hissing at night.
Yeah, right.
I love it, but not everybody does, and certainly new buyers these days. So. Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't see. The other point I was going to make, just in general, is millennials walking into this house are not going to be happy, and I'm going to tell you why. But that's certainly a big reason, and everything's expensive to replace. I just spent $7,000 on a auxiliary water tank. It's not the hot water tank. It's this tank that's next to the steam boiler, and I had to replace it, and it was $7,000, and it took weeks to find it. One. I think they actually had to make it. And of course you have to bleed the radiators. Bleed that furnace.
My dad doing that. Yeah.
Once a week, and I could go on and on about the steam system. It does cost more to heat because you're heating the water to 212 degrees.
Okay.
So what we do is we actually don't use part of our house during the winter because of it. The selling point of this house when we bought it was the library. It's a beautiful library. They're really nice woodwork, and that's right below our bedroom, and then below that is what used to be a family room. But they're all on one zone, so to heat my bedroom, you gotta heat that room and the one. So, and we just can't. So we got a gas insert for the bedroom, and that zone doesn't go on.
I think we're going to do that in our 40s house, because we have one zone and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that was a long answer to your question, which was, what were the issues last time, and that was the big one.
Pretty much the same. Okay.
Yeah. Except,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But what I've done this time is I've brought more detail about the condition of the house besides that. And that you don't have, and I can give you some photographs that walk you through them, if you like.
Sure. So, Yep, and if you can also walk me through the sales data, because
Oh, yeah.
because really what we're trying to get at is the market value of your home on October 1st, right? So if you show me some sales and say, well, this one sold, but mine isn't as nice as it, and this one sold, mine's a little nicer than that, so I think I'm going to come to the 825 by looking at something on your sales data. That's very helpful.
Okay, so
let's add this to the number.
before we get to all the pictures.
Yeah, I see your kitchen here. Yeah, okay. Or let me just quickly go through these and.
Well, I can take you through this.
Water damage and this is all current, right? Your bathroom.
Yep.
Okay, so I can see the condition of your home. Yep, and the roof. They replace the rotted wood, the stucco repair. You've got some estimates here to repair okay. The windows, I just took out steel windows in the house.
I think these are
I love that.
steel windows.
Believe it or not.
With a crank?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we have.
Fenestra windows, I actually sold them when they took them out. Someone's like, no one's ever want those. And the guy came and picked them up, and I got mine for him. But in hindsight, I wished I had repaired them and put in a nice storm, because they were beautiful. And I put in casements, but I still miss I left a couple of them on the inside because I painted them black because I just love them. Anyway.
See, I have a love-hate relationship with this house. So, I know what you're saying, and on the other hand...
You're ready for them to go. That's just what these are. This is exactly what mine looks like.
Okay.
Yep.
I have to switch out 40 storm windows twice a year, And the worst part of it is trying to keep track of what goes where. And I mark them, and it never works. All right, so let's go back to Exhibit 1. This is, I've explained, I think, why I showed you what happened on my street, just to make the point that, I'm an outlier here. I'm up 10%. The average is a minus 5%, and I think it's because I got a reduction last time, and that just wasn't
right, and
it
didn't stick.
Right.
That's often that happens when the revals, they don't stick. So we're trying to make some changes so they do stick. Okay. And then
so that change of minus 5%, if we had applied, that's the average for the street. If we had applied that to me, I would have come out with eventually with a fair market value of $855, and that's on the. It's written on the sheet there.
Okay.
So that's Exhibit 1.
855.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to show you why it shouldn't be that high.
Okay. And then
but
you're
the
going to do sales. Okay.
Yeah, Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
The first 4 are old homes, especially 1, 2, and 4. They're comparable. But one thing you should notice is that the last line, building percent good, these houses, the first 2, which are 1923 and 1926, right when mine was built, are a lot higher, 70% and 85% compared to my 63%, and they still sold for $800,000.
Okay.
These homes.
Okay, so if you were to pick one on this list, is 147 Collingwood closest to your house, would you say? I know that's a May 19 sale, so it's a little bit old. But I'm just looking at, because Mill Hill Lane's not really your neighborhood.
Not my neighborhood.
Or in Burr Street, so I was just looking for things that might have sold in your neighborhood.
Yeah, Collingwood is certainly on our part of town.
Okay. Would you consider, I haven't looked at the pictures of it, would you consider it like your house?
Would I what?
Consider it to be, like if someone was buying your house, now, would 147 be something else they would have been looking at?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
But I can tell you one thing about 147, because I looked it up. They have a beautiful new kitchen, and that makes a difference.
Okay. And it sold for $800.
Yeah.
In 2019.
Yeah, maybe.
A little outside. We usually look at October 119 to October 120.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's
it's hard.
I know it is hard. We're going to make it easier for people next year. But
Are you a realtor?
No.
Oh, okay. I think that 147 Collingwood was on the market for a couple of years, actually. If it's the one I think it is, on the corner.
Uh-huh.
They finally sold it, but look.
For 8.
Yeah, for 8. Which is, scares me to death. Okay, so that's 1 and 2.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about?
Nope, I just was looking for, some, like I said, we like to see comparable sales because that helps us figure out the market value of your home, just like a broker would, right?
Sure.
You sit down. Yeah. And so the condition is certainly, but if you think that this one's comparable to you. Okay.
And I guess the point I'm making, the note here, is that the 2020 appraised values of these 5 homes averaged 25% more than their subsequent sale prices.
Right.
And that's what happens with these big old houses.
Right.
So, and it happens again and again. I mean, look at this. Look at the second one there. The appraisal was $1.4 million, and it sold for $800,000.
The town has it at $1 million?
Yeah, they had it at yeah, that's the appraisal. Oh.
At 1.114. I wonder if they're coming in to appeal. I would suspect to see them, and it's over 950. Yeah?
I just want to let you know your 6:45 and your 7 are both down.
Oh, dear. And I've got a phone call at 6:30 that I still need to make. So, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the number 2 is $1.4 million. Number 3, so okay. So then I wanted to show you, just walk you through the pictures, so you see what we see.
Yep. No, I mean, I apologize. I do have a couple calls to make, but I totally get the condition of your home. I see that. I see the roof. I see the kitchens and everything. And, if there's one thing in particular you want to tell me about it, but I think, I definitely think, something is.
Well, let me cut to the chase. On that one that starts off with the kitchen.
Yeah.
If you go to page 4, the last image there is of a really nice family room that we had in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And that's,
I see.
On page 5, you can see what it looks like now because it was flooded and.
Oh, I see.
And, it would be just so expensive to put that back, even with insurance money.
Right.
So that was one thing. The other thing, the kitchen kind of speaks for itself. I mean, it's an all right kitchen, but, the cabinet, I mean, I have people come in, friends of mine actually comment, when are you going to fix up your kitchen?
I know.
But the bathrooms are really, to say you have 7 bathrooms, it sounds terrific. And I listed each one here with pictures.
Okay.
The bathtub in the master bath has not worked in 32 years, and we can't fix it. Well, we could, but we'd have to destroy marble and replace it. Right. That's the problem.
Hasn't worked in how long, would you say? 20 years?
32 years that we've been there.
So even though you have a lot of bathrooms, a lot of them are,
Yeah, and we were raising a granddaughter. She has to use our shower because the other 2 upstairs bedrooms, you can't use either bathtub because they leak into the dining room and living room, respectively. So that's got to get fixed.
Okay.
So, that kind of gives you an example. There's a picture of the hot water heater. The facing is completely coming off it. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's the next exhibit.
Okay.
And I show you, it says repairs done in the last 6 months. Just so that we are trying to keep this house up. That's $25,000 worth of work we did in the last 6 months.
Right. But it sounds like you got a lot more to go. So yeah. Big old houses are beautiful, but they definitely take a lot out of you. So okay, I think I have a lot of material here. I think I've got some good notes. I think you're I think you've made you certainly made your point here, and you've given me a sale, which is always helpful. So I've got some comparison of what's going on in the market, as well as photographs, which it's always helpful to have those, because when someone says 7 bathrooms until you show me your 7 bathrooms.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
the gentleman before you did the same, and it's very helpful. So I appreciate that.
The fix. There's a page. Did I give you a page called fixtures?
Let's see, kitchens and baths, and you gave me a separate one called repairs done in the last 6 months.
Right.
So, you have another one there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I gave it to you. And
I have a Gmail. I have, the estimates from the builders. Oh, I have it. Fixtures here. I've got the windows. It was just behind in the driveway.
One.
Your steel windows. Yeah.
I just assume take that back. Actually.
You want this fixtures one back?
I'm paranoid that a prospective purchaser someday will come down and look at this file, and I don't want to.
It will be online. It's all public. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. So
okay.
We'll just do without that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So I just want to tell you, yes, I'll present your case to the board. You'll be notified by mail of our decision. We're going to decide hopefully in March, maybe April, depends upon, we've got 650 this year.
That's a lot.
So I know. So, but once we decide, you'll get a letter within 7 days. All decisions will be made in March. And if your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. If you're granted a reduction, you can't come back until the next reval in 5. Mm-hmm. However, regardless of what we say, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court. Instructions on how to do that will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
So.
One other point, if I can, very quickly. The cost to replace the steam system, you've got kind of pieces of it there. But if you add up the numbers, they come to $85,000, and that's $40,000 carpentry. These are estimates. I did get that estimate. $22,000 for the boiler. That's a midpoint between the estimate I got of 20 to 24. And then I would need 23 new radiators. The guy knows I'm not going to do it, so he won't come over and give me an extra. So I'm estimating $1,000 per radiator, labor and materials. So that's another 23. Comes to $85,000.
Wow.
That's what it would cost. And the other thing is, one thing I know about this house, it'll always be more. It always is.
I hear you. I grew up in the 20s, so I know.
Okay.
I know. My parents, paid 20 for it, but God knows how much they put in it over the time.
Really?
We loved it. It was a great home to go up in. But yeah.
Yeah, right.
I remember the water dripping in the living room from the toilet, plumbing leaks upstairs. And I was in the 70s. So, all right. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
This is Natalie.
Hi, this is Kathleen Griffin calling from the Board of Assessment Appeals for Natalie. Sounds like it's you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I am one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm just going to, and I am going to take your hear your case tonight. And I'm just going to read a few things into the record. I just want to let you know you are being recorded. So I'm just going to read some information into the record about your appeal. And please correct me if any of it is wrong. So your appeal number is number 224. Property address is 10 Jackman Avenue. The owner of the property is Sean and Natalie Warther. The town has your property valued at $821,300, and you wish to be reduced to $720,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And then the next thing I'm going to do is confirm that you are who you are. So if you could just read into the record your name and whether you're the owner of the property or a duly authorized agent on behalf of the property.
This is Natalie Warner, and I'm one of the owners of the property.
Great. Okay. So, and I know this sounds silly over the phone, but I'm just going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I'm going to swear you in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So now is your opportunity to provide your testimony as to why you believe the market value on your home on October 1st, 2020 was the value you're requesting and not the value assigned by the town. Market value, as you may know, is what your home most likely would have sold for on that date. So now's your opportunity to, I've got some paperwork here, but feel free to walk me through what you've provided. And
Sure. So just kind of to bring it all together, so we have a new construction built in 2016, so not even 5 years old. And we are in the corner of Park Avenue, which is I'm sure you know, a busy street, and Jackman Avenue. So we purchased our home in August of 17 for $710 with an appraisal of $715. We went through an appeals process 2 years ago because our home was valued at that time at $863-ish thousand, and we went through a similar process as we're doing here to kind of right size where this property is actually valued in conjunction with its location, lot size, all that good stuff.
okay.
And at that time, our appraisal was brought down to $775. So right now we were at $775. That's an increase of $46,300, or about 6%. So a concern.
Okay, yeah.
Good and bad, right? Everyone wants their property to be worth more, but you want it to be worth a fair amount.
Exactly.
So went through a couple of reviews, which are part of our submission, looking at sales in and around the neighborhood from July 19 through November, the valuation period, or October, sorry, with a variety of lot sizes, a variety of sizes. You can't control what was sold in the time, so you're trying to take a look at what everyone has. And so the average tax appraised value was $708, where our home appraised value is $821. So a $100,000 variance in all of the appraised values across the sales.
Okay, can you tell me what did you say the average was?
708, 779.
Okay. Okay. And then you have some recent sales here as well? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they're in my variety of spreadsheets.
Yeah.
You know, again, they're all in the neighborhood as Fairfield defines it, but different lot sizes, different sale prices, etc. So there definitely is some range in what there is there. Sale prices range from $640 to $825, so just in that there's range.
Right.
So certainly that's going to influence the average, but nonetheless.
Okay.
So on average, though, these homes have a tax appraised value of 99.5% of their sale price. Our home has a tax appraised value of 116% of our sale price less than 4 years ago. So one of the steps that we went through in this process, which is part of our submission, is we had an appraisal done for the valuation period of October 1st, and the appraisal that we received back was $720,000. So that's a very large gap in what the assessor's office has at our value of $821 versus an appraisal that we had done for the evaluation period. So that's a concern of ours, is that there's a large gap. I understand there might be some minor differences, but a $100,000 difference in value is a concern.
Okay. Sure. So can you walk me through the appraisal and tell me whether you think the properties that are listed in the appraisal are, good comps for you? I just want to see, so you had it done for this purpose, and it was done by Martin Islin of Fairfield Appraisal?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the comps that he used was 386 Random Road, which is less than a mile from our home.
386 Random Road. Let me just see. Okay, that's comp number 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a new construction? Let me see here.
There's not a lot of new construction around.
Around where you are, I know.
Yeah.
Okay. So he used 386 Random Road, so that's about, it says 0.72 miles away. So if someone was looking to buy a house, they look at your house and that house, and they would say that those were similar things that they were looking at?
Yeah, he made some adjustments for some of those things as far as, it's a larger lot, it's 0.42. We have probably one of the smallest lots in Fairfield that's only 0.21. So it's almost, double the size. That's, he made some adjustments down to a 679 if you were to do a full comparable. But it looks like if I'm reading this right, the sale price was $750.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing on there. $750, and it sold. I always have in July of 2020 for $750.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, July 2020 for $750. And where the age on here, the condition is a 35-year-old home. That's just a little bit different, but okay.
Yeah.
And if you were to look at one of the newer ones on there, see there's a Harvester and a Lloyd Place. They're a little newer. That's 5 and 6. I'm just going back. Yeah, the other, the Burroughs, the Churchill, and the Eagle are all, 66 years old, 22, 28 years old. So, and looking at those others, only because they're more, closer to new construction, between those two, would you say that one of those is closer in style or size or anything to your home?
Let's see. So this Harvester house is somewhat similar in, I would say, style, as far as the 2-car garage with the, room above it. I believe our home is a little bit bigger than this one, but
okay.
In design it looks similar. What's this other one here? That's the Eagle Drive one. Is not as good.
Yeah.
I mean, these houses all on the outside look somewhat similar. Yeah, this is this is 729 Burroughs. Is that what the other one you said?
I was just looking at the newer ones. Lloyd Place, actually, 79 Lloyd Place, only because it's. I was just looking at the age, going down the list, and since you're 4 years old, I was, looking at. I know Harvester is kind of north of you, right, up into more of the North Stratfield. I know Churchill Road is not too far from you, but 22 years old. Without looking at I suppose the pictures are probably in here, but I'm just trying to, figure out. Oh, here's the map. Yeah. Which one, you would say again if somebody was trying to buy your house, which one of these other ones on the list would you say they would also be looking at the same time, and whether they're a little bit nicer or not quite as nice as yours. So.
Well, you always want your house to be nice.
That is true. We try. I don't know about mine at the moment, but
probably similar. Like if someone was, everything's almost a colonial around here, so
right.
It is similar. So that would be, but it's not bumped up against a busy street, right? So
which one is that? I'm sorry, Lloyd Place. Is that what you said?
No, this is Harvester.
Oh, Harvester. I'm sorry. Okay.
Two of them are bumped up against Park Avenue. So.
Right. So Harvester, is similar in look, but not on a busy street.
Right. Neither of them are on the busy street.
Right. Okay. I think that's helpful. And just so we try to get at market value October 2020. So not that what happens with your neighbors or a bounce back from last year, any of that certainly is an indication perhaps that something's going on. But certainly for us, it's most helpful when we have comparable sales and we can say, okay, this house is a little nicer than mine. This one isn't as nice, so you're probably somewhere between those two, in that respect.
So I think, telling me about the Harvester house that is, closer in age, I think that's helpful. And then the Random Road one was another one. So, the Harvester one, let me just look at the dates on that, but I think, let's see, every appraiser does it a little bit different, so starting with cross-eyed here. Harvester sold for $780 in July of 2020. And he adjusted it down to, he adjusted it $34,000 down to $746.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're asking for $720. So.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is good information. Is there anything else you want to add to your file?
No, Sean. Sorry, my husband is here.
No worries. That's good.
He wants to add.
Yeah, do I have to be sworn in?
If you didn't participate, no, because you are joint owners, so as long as one of the owners is here, that's totally fine. If you would like to be sworn in and you want to add something to the record, I certainly could do that.
No, I just wanted to make a comment. If that.
Okay.
In a lot of cases, you talk about comparables and stuff like that. The location of our property is a huge detriment to our property.
Right.
This helped set us market for almost a year. Like the builder when we made the offer on the house, the builder reduced it for us. I not lowballing, but I offered them like $40,000 less than what they were asking, and they went for it.
Right.
So this lot is one of the smallest and worst located lots in almost all of Fairfield. Nobody wanted to be over here by Bridgeport. And we're getting, and our assessment is huge.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and that's why I'm going to take a look at your card and see if there's any, anything on there that accounts for the land, and also, like I said, just in your conversations, to say that, some of these other similar styles, but it's our location that is really, an additional factor on the house, driving it down. So I totally get that. I've got that in my notes here,
Okay.
Yeah. The Harvester.
Another point I wanted to make is in the assessment, there was some comments that he made about the comp being extensively remodeled.
So the other homes that are.
Yeah, the other homes that are new are extensively remodeled.
Okay, that's good to hear. I haven't read the whole thing. We've got 650 appeals, so okay.
Yeah, so the reason I'm making that point is because those houses probably have way nicer finishes than this house is. This is a spec home.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about this house other than a fireplace.
Right, okay. But you love it there, right? You're happy?
Yes, well, yes. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But what I'm getting at is if you look at some of these other houses, even the house across the kitty corner from us that just went through a massive remodel, and they're putting in all kinds of fancy stuff.
Right.
So
yeah.
We're not like, we don't have marble everywhere and, Roman statues.
And I think that the other part is that through this new valuation process, no one has been to our home, no one's been in it, no one's been around it, no one has done that, fair view of things, which is probably part of our concern. And I understand that, it's COVID, but there is a way to do it safely and,
yeah.
It's just really prompted us to do our own appraisal to just make sure that, okay, are we crazy or what, what's going on? Something just is off.
Yep. No, I totally get it. And there'll be another reval in 5 years, but the assessor is, this one was this is mostly a statistical reval. They did not go into the properties this time. In 5 years they will, and he's actually going to probably start it 3 years early so he can make sure he gets in everywhere and, does the physical inspections of the home. So, that will happen with the next one, but this time was a less expensive, and they just call it a statistical reval where they sort of, look at the market data, adjusted based on the sales, and then kind of adjust people around. So this is what happens when no one's been, people haven't been in your house. We don't know. And because you had a reduction before, that could be the reason why you pop back up and you've been in once before, because that happens as well. So I totally get it. We will see what we can do to get it to stay, more consistent for you, so you don't have to keep coming back. But getting an appraisal is certainly very helpful to the board and to your case. So
great.
Appreciate that. Yep. And if there's nothing else, I will read you a closing statement. Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay, yep, so I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. We hope to make all our decisions by the end of March, but with 650, I don't know how we're going to vote that many times. But anyway, it'll be March or April. If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. If you're granted a reduction, you cannot appeal again until the next revaluation is complete in 5 years. And if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step, appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to do so will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Sounds good. All right. Have a good night. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. Kathleen, actually. There is a Catherine here, so who needs to be there?
Over there. It's the second door on the left.
I need Casella.
That's me. You're over there.
Catherine is the next.
Oh, the Catherine. We are right.
You got it. Catherine, Kathleen, similar.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. A little behind. Sorry about
That's
that.
okay.
Everybody wants to tell their story, so
Yeah, of
I'm
course,
showing
I
all their
get
pictures. So, okay, I am going to start your appeal. I am Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I will hear your petition tonight. Your hearing is being recorded on this telephone here, and also anybody who chooses to listen live, they can actually call in and hear you. So,
Okay.
I'm going to read a few things into the record, and if you 706, if you can just correct, let me know if any of this is not correct.
Sure.
Okay, your appeal number is 258.
Yes, ma'am.
Property address 704 Stratfield Road.
Correct.
The owners of the property are Scott and Christy Casella. The town has you valued at $625,400, and you did not provide a requested value on the form, or at least I have N/A on here, so you didn't state your value that you were requesting to be dropped to.
Well, maybe there was confusion there about the assessment process. Maybe that's why.
Okay, sure. So give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm going to verify that you're who you say you are and ask you to raise your right hand. So for the record, can you just state your name and say whether you're the owner or the duly authorized agent?
Scott Casella, I'm the owner.
I'm the owner. Okay, great. Okay, and then I'm going to, where's my oath here? You think I'd have it memorized by now?
Sure.
All right. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great.
And then I just need you to sign, there's a paper with your name on it, you sign right in the middle on that top line. Perfect. And we'll add that to your file. Now, this is your opportunity to tell us why, well, actually, let's clarify what your requested value is. And,
That's what I possibly don't understand. My impression was that I was looking at all the comps as far as recent sales within the past year,
okay.
and to compare their assessed value. Okay? So what I did was I compiled, in the letter I originally wrote, I mixed up like some of late in 2019 and some in 2020.
Okay.
So I compiled actually separate 2020, some in 2019 of the assessments of comparable homes that sold in 2020 that in my neighborhood, that all their assessments had all decreased. I wasn't going by property values, but I thought this was about assessments. So I don't know
where you think you should be,
particularly what my house is actually worth. I thought we were going, this pertains to just the assessed value, which is the value, obviously, that people are complaining that's going up and down. So I didn't think we had anything to do with the actual price of the home. I thought this all had to do with assessed value, which would affect multiplying out by the mill rate, which is given our tax base.
Got it.
Okay.
No, actually what we're trying to determine is what your house would have sold for on October 1, 2020. We're trying to determine the market value. So if you'd listed it, I know it's COVID, so what would
Sure.
What do you think you would have gotten for your house on that date?
Honestly, I don't know, because I didn't do any kind of research, because I thought this is all about assessment, being that we're getting all letters from the assessor. The town's doing a huge assessment.
Yeah.
So when I'm comparing my home,
well, do you have some comparable sales on here? Maybe we can look at those and see if we did it right. Okay. And what I'm most interested in finding are the ones that are similar to your home on this list, and then we can figure out the dollars once you tell me which ones.
Yeah,
so I have some cards here, but let's see.
I added one which wasn't on this list. I added 180 Toilsome Hill Road, which is comparable to my home. And like I said, since we're all looking at the assessments, all these homes decreased in value. Because, well, my question to you is if they're multiplying the assessed rate by the mill rate to give you what your tax is going to cost for the year, that's what I'm basing my information on. Is that wrong?
Yeah, because we don't get involved in taxes. We get involved in assessment. In other words, assessing means what's the value of your property. And so assessed value is 70% of appraised value, and appraised value is market value. So say you have a house that's worth, it's still in the market for $1 million. So hopefully, if we're doing our work right, that should be appraised at about, or it should be assessed at $700,000. So that's sort of what we're trying to get to. So if you have some sales on here, and you tell me what they, that you think are like your house, don't worry about what the town has them valued at. Tell me what they sold for, because that's going to tell me what your house might have sold for. That's where we try to go, and with people, and it's hard if it's your first time coming in. And
that's exactly, because now
we're going to get better about putting more information on the website to help direct people, because assessed, appraised, what my neighbors, what the town says, what the town says my neighbor is worth. The neighbor could be wrong. Like, we might have them $300,000 lower than they should be.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't give you theirs, because they're wrong, I don't. I don't know. What I want to know is to give you what's right for you, and the best way for me to figure that out is to know what else on the market sold. In the last, great if you can have some July 2020 or recent sales. You can even come to December 2020 sales and say, this house is like my house. It's a little bigger, but not in as good condition. So somebody who's shopping for a house, right? They've been looking at my house, and if you show me a house over there that's like a Tudor and you're a Cape, I'm going to say, well, that's
you can't compare that. I understand.
So I like some what we call comparable sales.
And I'll give you real quick, my reasoning behind everything was that because if you go by like what my assess rate was, then it looks like my taxes say will go up, according to the current mill rate, my taxes will go up, say, about $2,000. But then by what you're saying is that's not the case, possibly.
If you tell me, like, the town thinks your house would have sold for $625 on October 1st of 2020, and if that's correct, if you think that's about right, then the town has you about where you want to be. If you're like, I mean, I'll have some people come in, the town says they're at $950, and they're like, there's no way my house is going to sell for $950.
Yeah.
My house is going to sell for $700 because my neighbor's house is just like mine, and theirs just sold last month for $700.
Okay.
So, do you know what I'm saying? So that's the story that I like to hear. So you got to kind of have to tell me why 625 isn't a good number, but because you didn't give me a number, it's hard for me.
So if I'll go real quick by like this one home.
Yeah. If you throw them at me and tell me.
I
mean, do you think you're too high at 625? If you were put it on the market today, would a broker tell you could get 625 for it?
See, it's crazy because then I'm trying to see what, okay, I can look real quick to see what some of these houses looks like they possibly sold for that.
Yeah, you said other homes that have not sold, because that's just talking about fluctuation in other people.
Yeah, that's...
And if you tell me what has sold, then we can look at what they sold.
Sure.
Yeah, so you said 118 Southwood Road, I don't know if that's like you, that sold on 8/4. So we'd have to look up their sale price, but I can do that.
What I have that right here, well, you
118 Southwood, is that similar to your home?
It's similar in size, and it's sort of the lot is a little bigger.
Okay, so
I have 9,000 square feet. They have 15,000 square feet.
Okay, so 118 Southwood is what, 15,000 square feet?
Their lot.
15,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The home is
9,000. Okay.
Yeah, and the home itself is. I have 20. I'll double check. There's this living area is 2794. I believe I have mine right here.
2794.
I am. My square foot is.
And it's probably here on your card too.
My square foot is
704. Your finished square foot.
2550.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a little bigger lot. And age-wise, that's kind of one of the other things 1922. Yours an old house too.
Mine's 1922. That was 1948.
Okay.
That sold for.
1922. Okay.
And this house sold for. That house sold for $640, and it's bigger. Okay.
In July of 2020.
July of 2020.
Yeah. See how simple this is.
If I would have known that, I would have done a little bit more research. Because I thought it was all. I'm sorry. I thought it was all about
I know.
assessment.
It's okay. It's a learning curve, and
there wasn't a lot of explanation on how this would proceed and what information that we did.
How you make a good case. Yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna now that we have 650 appeals this year, we're gonna get definitely better. Not that people read what we say, but I'm going to try to explain. This is what a good appeal looks like. This is one, sometimes you get 100 pages of documentation, and it's just more, it can be simplified to a little spreadsheet with 3 sales on it. This one looks like my house, a little bigger, a little smaller.
And by what
And you said 116 Rockland, that sold in August of 19. Let's see if there's another one that you have listed here. There's a
625, and see the 116 Rockland. That sold for $625. There it is.
So that was in August of 19, so that's a little older.
It's a little old, okay.
Yeah, let's look at about 238 Northwood. That sold in April. Is that like you?
Let's see, that's right now. 2,300 square feet. Their lot is 13,500. So they were a little bit more than me, which is I guess fair because of the. I mean, it seems then by those calculations that this value could be potentially be correct. By what I'm seeing.
You're the first person who said that to me in 4 years.
I mean.
But I mean, that's what we're trying to get at. So.
But like I said, I'm not a real estate person. I didn't have anyone. If I would have known, I would have kind of come in and a real estate broker to come over and give me an appraisal.
Some people do that, they just do it, or they go online and they just look in Zillow and they see what's sold. On the Vision website also, you can kind of call up the sales in your neighborhood and see it. But that's okay, let's look at 238 Northwood and see if it's kind of similar. You know, the fact that 118 Southwood sold for $640, a little bit bigger land, a little bit bigger house, and you're $625.
And there's also, I'm on a busy road, I believe when you're on a busier road, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they take off points for not being in a, like a quiet neighborhood. I'm on Stratfield Road, double yellow line.
You wouldn't be worried.
I got 18-wheelers driving by my house all the time.
All right, so if we look at 238 Northwood, is that one that you gave me?
238 Northwood I gave you.
Assuming, you know, they kind of look same to you. And
yeah, it's a little bit. I sold for $659.
$669.
And I'll try to find another one.
And that was Northwood.
What is this one right here? Okay, 393 Twice Hill Road that I put on here. The lot is 13,000.
I'm sorry, which one is this?
Oh, sorry, 393 Toilsome Hill Road.
Yeah.
The lot is 13,000. The house itself is where's the square footage? I'm missing it. Hold on. 2,665 square feet, so it's a little bit, about 150 square foot. Most of these homes that are there, they're a little bit bigger. That sold for 652. And those.
Yep.
So there was only a handful that sold in 2020. So that's, you know, Rockland was later and it was in August. You said that was too far back.
August of 19. I mean, just because COVID hit, right?
Yeah.
We're trying to get everybody closer to October, which really affected the market. You know, it affected the market. So
yes.
Everybody across town went up for that reason.
Yep.
You know.
So 5 and 19 is too far back, which is another house around the corner.
No, I think these are good. You're telling me they're similar age. Probably look the same. They're all colonials or whatever. Other than you're on a busy street and you're a little smaller and your lot is smaller.
Being that, yeah, my lot is smaller.
Okay.
Do I think taking that into account? Yes. Do I think it would probably go for a little lower? Yes, I do.
Okay. So what do you to meet the state statute?
Sure.
You got to give me a
I got to
number.
give you a number.
So give me a number, and this is what I take to the board. And if we say no, you can come back next year with a better case.
Sure.
Yeah.
If I think say about I'll say 575, 600. So if we need an exact amount, 580.
580.
580.
Okay. How you doing in here? Hanging in there.
Okay.
I know I got a lot of people waiting.
Yeah. It's starting to pile up, so
I
just
know.
want to see where everybody was.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he's almost done, right? I think we're good. You gave me some comps and you gave me a number.
I know.
And,
We don't want to throw too much information because it's pretty simplified.
Yeah.
Then my only quick question I have for you is, then when the mayor says that she put out the letter, the tax base is only going to go up 2%, right? So does that mean that everyone compared to last year, this year, their taxes are only going to go up 2%, or is this something different? This is a number, my taxes could go up, and then the town puts out their budget, and then your taxes can go up.
There's a pool of value, right? So last year the pool of value is, say, $1 million. Now the pool of value is $1.2 million. So everybody's portion of the pie is changing.
Okay.
People at the beach, because they went up 20%, their portion of the pie is changing. You know, you guys went up a little bit, so some areas went down, Regional Hill went down, so those guys have a smaller portion of the pie. So until their budget is finalized, it's really tough to tell how it's going to affect you. But if in fact she's going to raise the mill rate, and you didn't go, and your appraisal is lower than it was last year, assuming, you know, you were at 580, you know, you're not going to go, your taxes aren't going to go down. But they might not go up as much as people at the beach are going to be unhappy.
Yeah.
Their houses are worth a ton of money right now.
Yeah,
And they weren't paying enough last time.
I
So
gotcha.
you know, they can hear me say that or whatever, but they were kind of underappraised, they were the market was
Sure.
so low for them, so that's why they have these huge increases this last time. We didn't capture their value well enough. And last time Greenfield Hill was paying through the nose, and their properties couldn't sell.
Yeah.
So those guys paid for a long time, so now it's an adjustment, that's what they do.
So you really can't take,
They reapportion the pie. If you stay relatively stable, if your appraised value stays, or you're set to 70% stays stable, it's all going to be pretty much what she does with the tax. But the other pieces of the pie can be getting huge, so then your piece gets small.
so you can't take the assessment and say that's what my tax is going to be
Not
this
yet,
year.
not until she sets
Until the mill rate. But potentially, if the mill rate's the same and the assessment stays the same,
your tax bill is going to be the same.
then my taxes will go up according to what according to the mill rate now, then if I use the assessment you guys gave me, my taxes will go up by $2,000.
I
According
don't
to
know what you were before.
it was
25, I don't know what you were last time.
like 3, it went up, my assessment went up about 50.
It's the 437, it's the 370 divided by 0.7.
Okay.
Right? That's your appraised value, all right. What were you at, 370?
It was 370 was my appraisal last year.
528 last time. That was your appraised value, was 528.
Oh, it's 528, okay.
If I did my math right.
Sure.
370 divided by 0.7 is 528.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go from 528 to 580, yeah, you're going to go up. If you go all the way to 625,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's a $2,000 increase, which is a pretty big jump and when I see most of the...
Yeah, and you're on Stratfield Road, so I'm going to take a look at that. And you gave me a couple sales, which is
Okay.
very helpful. We dug it out of there. That's good.
All right, great, thank you
We're
very
hoping a
much.
little education, too, so.
Yes.
Yep, and we're going to make our decision. I will present your case to the board. Once we decide within 7 days, you should get a letter from the assessor's office. We hope to make our decisions in March. It may be into early April if we have so many. But once you get that letter, if you get denied, you can come back next year. If you get granted something, you can't come back for 5 years.
Sure.
And then after that, you have the option to go to court regardless of what our decision is. That's the next step. And how to do that will be in the letter that you get from the town.
All right.
So, all right?
Thank you for your time.
Sounds great. Oh, you're welcome.
Have a
Have a
great
good night. Oh, did you? Yeah, you signed this for me. Perfect. Okay.
Kathleen?
Yeah. Hi. Come in.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Want to make sure I was in the right room.
Yeah, no, we're good. For Sedan Terrace?
Yeah, do you mind if I take my jacket?
No. Oh, no. Go right ahead. No, get warm in here. So I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm here to hear your appeal.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that your appeal is being recorded on that phone right there. So I'm just going to read some things into the record. Don't be time, 7:26. Correct me if any of it's wrong. So your appeal number is 223, property address 28 Sedan Terrace. Leslie Jazor is the owner. The town has you appraised at $429,500,
Right.
and you wish to be reduced to $400,000.
Right.
Okay, great. And then the next thing I'm just going to do is confirm that you are you. So if you could just state your name for the record and say whether you are the owner or an authorized agent on behalf of the owner.
Leslie A. Jazier, I am the owner of the property.
Great. And then I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. So now is your opportunity to tell us why you think your appraised value should be changed from $429,500 to $400,000.
Sure. So I sent you a letter that I included in my packet, which kind of like went over the main circumstances. I think the most...
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to give you this, but have you, just to sign it there that I swore you in.
Oh, sure. The most prevalent reason that I believe that it should be considered is I provided an easement to my neighbor that I was forced to by the state. So what happened was the two prior owners of the houses had made an agreement, which I didn't know when I purchased the house. When I had my property surveyed, that's when and I tried to move the fence, that's when the issue came up. And so my neighbors, we had to go to court, we had to hire attorneys to get it addressed. It is recorded with the town. I did speak to the individual on my initial call, and they told me they did not research things at this granular level. So they had no record of the easement or what it did to the property. So I said, it limits to what I could do with the property. And while it's not an enormous amount of area, I offered them, I said, drive by. It actually cuts into my garage now, my fence. Like, I can't get to the left side of my garage.
Okay.
I have to...
Tell me what the easement allows them to do?
I have a copy of the easement here.
Is that one of the documents that's
Yeah,
here? Okay.
yeah. I actually, I had my lawyer send it to me.
Okay, great. So can you just kind of describe, does it give them, this is a driveway and landscape easement?
Yes.
Okay.
So part of their driveway is in my property, as well as where they have a landscape area with 3 trees. So the agreement is that they always need to keep that as landscape. The driveway, I gave them permission to pass it or pass, because the driveway is one side by side.
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, I'm not going to tell somebody they can't go in their driveway. I don't think that would really...
Is it a shared drive?
It's not a shared drive. They just run side by side, and there's a grass area in the middle.
Okay.
So that's when I went, past the grass area where, right before the garages, which actually,
That's
what it is.
Okay.
Right before the garages.
Okay.
That was really the area in question because I wanted to move the fence over. This way I had access to the left side of my garage.
Do I have that in here? Is that what
Yes.
this is? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, their attorney was supposed to file this with the town. You could see that all the documents are signed and notarized.
They never did.
They never did?
I don't know. Did they? Did you tap the land record?
I don't know. All I know is when I had my initial call, I asked them if they saw this, and they said no. So I don't know if they didn't research it at the granular level, like they said, or they,
Right.
didn't
Okay.
find it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I would think it would be in the land records. The land records are online, so you can go to the town clerk's website and just click on the land record. You log in as a guest, and you can see all the records associated with your property. So that's certainly one way that you can, you can look that up. So,
Okay.
yeah, make sure that that's in there. Okay, so the value of $400, the town has you at $429,500, and you want to come down because the easement is, let's see, because you had to put the condition. Oh, and you said the condition of the only full bathroom. So
Yeah.
Those are 2 reasons. Okay.
Yeah. So I put pictures of the bathroom to show I had a pipe had leaked.
Uh-huh.
And so they came and they fixed the pipe. Of course, the insurance company doesn't pay for the pipe. They only pay for, the downstairs damage that had occurred. They would not pay for the upstairs. And after they replaced the pipe, I didn't realize this in these old houses in Stratfield Village, but there's actually like 3 feet of cement that's underneath the toilet, between the first floor and the second floor.
I just renovated one of my bathrooms, and I was like, what is that? I pulled the ceiling down. I'm like, what is that?
So that's what my contractor said.
The plumber's like, that's cement. They do that in the old houses. I was like, why?
So the contractor said, you know what, we had to chip away some of the cement for him to get to the pipe for the plumber, so we're gonna shore it up to make sure that you don't have anything collapse. But the bathroom floor, he said, is going to crack or partially collapse, and that's the picture I sent you. It partially, it's probably got an inch gap. So,
What year is your house?
It was built in 1919. I think all of Stratfield Village was like 1919, 1920.
Okay. And how did you come up with the $400,000?
Well, I did a comparative analysis, which is not in that, and I looked at the houses on my road and didn't include the anchor houses because, of course, those are going to be different.
Right.
And I compared my neighbors property against mine, and I realized that, like, there's different factors in that go to play in there as far as, like, you know, house size, property size. But it seemed that, you know, based on the work that they've done to their house, because it's a completely renovated house, and I compared it against mine. And even if you take the little bit of...
So you're looking at the value the town gave them.
Yeah, I went on Vision Government Solutions.
Yeah.
You can have this if you want.
Okay, yeah, we'll add it to the record for you, so that's appeal number 223. Okay. I used to move my rights anyway. Okay.
And the number next to me is 40 sedans.
And so you looked at 40 sedan next door. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Do you have any sales in here? Sale prices? I'm just, you know, what we try to figure out is would your house was sold for, you know, $400,000 on October 1.
I purchased the house in 2004. That's worth 2005 for $475, but that was like at the height of the market. You know, that's when everything was a huge bubble.
Right.
So, other than that, I mean, I did try to sell the house once, probably maybe it was like 2010, and I couldn't even get $450 for it. Like, people weren't even, like, entertaining it. And that was before the bathroom floor issue, so, you know, I think people look at the easement issue and they, you know, like I said, I welcome the town.
Make sure I understand. I know you showed me a map, but they have an easement over your, I just want to make sure I'm clear on that so I can describe it. It's an easement over your driveway, right?
It's not over my driveway. It's beyond it, because between the driveways there's a space, right? So if you think of driveways that are side by side.
The landscape place with the trees.
Yeah, the landscape with the trees is actually my property, and now they have rights to put trees there, and I cannot put a fence on that side.
Even though this is yours, you can't put a fence.
Right, that's what the easement said. I have to leave that as trees, and so do they, but I cannot move my fence over.
Where's your fence now? Is this you on the left?
It's on the left. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the right hand side.
You're over here.
28.
That's the subject.
You know what? If you'd like, I can send you a picture looking up the driveway. I wonder if I have one.
No, I mean that's okay because there's grass in the middle here. That's what you're saying. And you both have to keep the trees. It's your property. You pay taxes on it, but it's an agreement between the two that it stays trees.
Yeah, and then I can't move my fence over.
There. And your fence is here now.
Yeah, and it it literally cuts into my driveway. I mean, into my garage.
The fence does, or the easement?
The fence is now like my garage is like this.
Do you want to send a picture to the assessor's office?
That's what I was thinking. It's probably easier.
It is. It's very helpful to add that to the record,
okay,
so people can see. Oh yeah, now I get it.
Yeah. You know, I realize living there, I see it all the time, and I think I can explain it well. But
and I probably could call up the GIS and zoom in, but I don't even know how to print that out. So it's probably better that you take the angles that you have.
Oh, yeah, actually, hold on a second. Of course, my battery's dying.
And the previous owners made that agreement, and you didn't know about it when you bought it.
Yeah, I didn't know about when I bought it, and
it stays with the property.
Yeah, so it cost me like $7,000 in lawyer fees and
to figure it out.
Yeah. And of course, my whole intention was I have a dog, so I wanted a gate and and a fence in order to keep the dog secure in the backyard.
Frustrating as that.
Yeah.
All right. If you have anything else, you're going to send that picture in. When you do, just email it to the BAA, which is Board of Assessment Appeals, so just BAA at fairfieldct.org, which is the website, and just indicate your appeal number and the property address, and just say, this is an additional photograph for my hearing.
Okay.
And they'll add it. And if you could just do that in the next 48 hours, that'd be helpful. I don't think we're going to make our decisions because we have so many, in 48 hours, so worry about that, but I wouldn't wait like 3 weeks.
Yeah, no, I would want to send it now.
Yeah, and everybody likes to see it, and, it's important, so.
Okay.
Okay. Right, so I'm just going to, if that's everything, I'm going to read you a closing statement. So I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. We hope to make all our decisions in March, but with 650, I don't know, maybe into April. But if your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you cannot appeal again until the next revaluation in 5 years. Okay. And if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to do so will be in your decision letter. So.
Okay.
Well, that's great. And so I'm just going to note that you're going to send a photo out for the record. And I think I get it now. Sorry, it's been off.
No, it's fine. I think I did a bad job explaining it.
I'm a visual person. Some people can hear.
I'm visual too.
Yeah.
So
like you show it, oh, now I get it. Whereas you tell me, whatever. I love maps. That must be why. Okay, Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time.
Have a great night.
Sorry you had to wait. Okay.
No problem. Thanks.
All right, good night. Hello. How are you? I'm hanging in there. How about you? Sorry I had to wait. That's okay. See? Some people just need 20 minutes to tell their story, even if I say 8. Especially if you're 83 years old, right?
Hopefully they don't need that long.
So anyway, I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal today, and I just want to let you know your appeal is being recorded here on the phone on the side there. And the public can listen too if they are choosing to be, watch this as opposed to the UConn girls basketball game. And I'm going to state a few things for the record. Please just correct me if any of it is wrong. So your appeal number is 565. Property address is 3313 Park Avenue. The owners are Jeremy and Molly Stambowski. The town has your property valued at $247,400, and you're requesting a reduction to $87,500.
Well, actually, we listed the
assessed value instead of the.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
Market value.
We don't move many people
down.
So
it was an error.
Okay, so I'm going to fix that in a minute. Let me just have you state your names for the record and state whether you are the owners or the authorized agents on the property.
Molly Stambowski, owner.
Jeremy Stambowski, owner.
Okay, and then if you can raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to ask you both to sign that I have sworn you in right there. One on that line, one on that line. Good. What time did we start this? Okay, and now is your opportunity to, let's correct your, I've got my script down here, so let's correct your dollar amount first. So if I take the 87.5 and divide it by 0.7, is that what you're asking to go to?
I believe so. It should be
Yes, so
125,500 divided by 0.7. 125,000? Okay. press that on it. It's the value. Okay. You can tell us, why you think it shouldn't be 247 and why it should be 125.
Sure. So in 2018, we originally appealed to the Fairfield Board of Assessment. The valuation at that time was $254,900, fair market value. In 2019, we had to go to court, and we got a stipulation with the town of Fairfield to reduce the value to $125,000. This is a vacant piece of land, okay? So this was done just
I don't see that. So did you get a reduction in court?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, this isn't showing that. It just says no change, BAA, 32818. Is this an old field code? No, it's printed.
It must be because we have.
It's printed in February this year.
Oh, that's incorrect because we have a stipulation from the judge.
18 grand list reduced per Connecticut STIP. Did it take it down?
Yes,
Yeah,
you brought it down to
125.
125.
Okay. So let me just make sure. Usually there's a change history on here, and usually when it goes to court, it says court change. Now, maybe they changed the dollars and just forgot to, put the visit change history. I usually see that.
I don't have a full STIP with me, but I can email that to you.
So you went to court in 2018?
19.
2019. Okay, and it was reduced to?
125,000.
To 125. Okay. Okay.
Then this year, a year later, we get our first evaluation from the town saying it's $300,500. We then submitted the, informal hearing, our arguments. We submitted the STIP with that, and they said they didn't see it either once they got it. They then reduced it by, give or take, $50,000 to the $247,000.
So they did get the STIP at the informal.
Well, I emailed it to them.
Got it. Okay.
So they got it. So then they only reduced it by $50,000. So the $125,000, which was ruled in 2019, to now $200. That's a 97% increase in a vacant piece of land. And I wanted to add to that this piece of land, when we bought the home, which abuts the land, our appraisal said this about the land. It said the only egress and ingress to this vacant piece of land is Park Avenue. It's surrounded by our home on one side, the neighbor's home on the other side, and then a neighbor in the rear as well. So the only possible egress that can be made is through this little strip of woods area and into Park Avenue. And what the assessment says is that Park Avenue, quote, Park Avenue is a 4-lane road and Bridgeport is on the other side of Park Avenue. Bridgeport values are significantly below Fairfield values, and location on Park Avenue is detrimental in terms of valuation and marketability. I see no way that just getting a reduction to $125,000 agreed upon by the town of Fairfield last year, how we could get a 97% increase this year to $250,000. There's been no improvement. There's been nothing done to this land, and we're getting a 97% increase in that.
And it's undevelopable or no?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I'm looking on the bottom down here, like the landline valuation. It says unDEV/traffic.
So then I'm going to say that means undevelopable.
Yeah, I'll have to ask them because how big is it? Is it half acre?
Less.
0.46 acres.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what a building lot is over there. Is it quarter acre zoning or half? I don't think it's half acre. Is it?
I think it is half.
Okay, let me just check on that. So.
But that information should have been taken into account with the judge's reduction as well. So, it should be apples to apples in my mind.
Okay, so you're asking to go to what you got from the court?
Yes. Okay. Yes, there's been no, in less than a year, there's been no.
Other than land and appreciate, all over town.
Yeah, but Park Avenue is different. When you look at this appraisal, it's detrimental to the valuation and marketability. It's a 4-lane road. It's next to Bridgeport. It's just not.
Okay. me just see whatever else you submitted. It's been one of those nights where I just haven't been able to catch up to review everything and not let people sit there, especially during COVID, for too long. Okay. This is the STIP. Okay. There's your judgment.
Page 6.
Yep. Fair market value, subsequent to the actions of the process. Okay, and what you have in your hand there, is that something you want to add?
Yeah,
Add to the record? Okay.
Yeah, I can just underline where.
Okay. And this is from an appraisal?
Yeah, that's when you bought the house. I mean, it just has to do with the geographic location, so nothing on that has changed.
Okay, so this is, and when did you buy it?
2017.
In 2017. Okay, so this is from 2017 appraisal. And did you purchase the two pieces together?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But that was purchased, just so you know, on the card. That was purchased zero. She couldn't sell it to anyone.
So she kind of combined it into the sale price of the house.
Yeah.
Right. We see that. I mean, Fairfield Beach Road is I mean, I don't spend any time down the beach, so that's confusing too, because they have, that's what happens there. They have two lots. Mm-hmm. Sales price all goes into the beachfront property. So you have to kind of try to break out what the creek side is worth when it's all one sale. Because they're two separate lots, we have to appraise them separately. So that's kind of what happens here. So sometimes, for you, they look at the whole value of your property and whether, the 250 plus this, but the beach is a little different. If you want to sell it, sort of what you paid for it in that respect. So, okay, is there anything else you want to add or anything else you've looked at? Looked at other vacant properties, know what they sell for over there, or tear downs on Park Avenue?
There's one down on Stratfield Avenue. I don't recall what the value was, but it's not comparable. I mean, it's just not a comparable vacant piece of land.
That may have sold. You said it was a vacant lot.
No, it
hasn't sold yet.
Oh, for sale. Yeah. Okay. But you're saying it's not a comparable.
No, the location is significantly better than this location.
And you're the only place you can get a driveway is from Park Avenue.
Yeah.
Great. That's everything. I'll just read you my closing statement. Thank you for coming. I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions will be made in March. If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you cannot come back again for 5 years. And as you know, if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step, appeal your decision in court, and instructions on how to do that will be included in your
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
If you have any questions, I think you're good to go. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
Okay, have a good night.
Are you Kathleen?
I am. Come on in. try to clear my head from my previous one and think about what do I need to know.
Take your time.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Now let's see. And,
Oh. Usually I'm asleep.
what did you say?
I'm usually asleep by now.
It's late. I
When you
know.
get old.
I know. I should have had more coffee, but then I would be up all night. So
I got some on the way in. I said, oh, that's that.
yeah. All right. Let's see. That needs to go there. Needs more help. Oh. How many more do I have tonight?
Probably none.
5 more. No, I have 5 more. Oh, yeah. Brutal. All right. I did the scheduling, so I only have myself to blame. Okay. Got it. It's just fun. Okay, so my name is Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm here to hear your appeal. I want to let you know that your hearing is being recorded on that phone right there. And I'm going to read some information into the record, and please correct me if any of it is wrong.
Okay.
Let's see. Your appeal number is 201. The property address is 102 Lou Manor Drive. You are the owner, Constance
Generoffus.
Generoffus, okay. The town has your property valued at $717,900, and you're requesting a reduction to $543,307. And
that's not what, those figures aren't what are on the sheet.
There's not what you submitted?
Well, it says, I have on here that the town assessed it at $719,900, and we're looking for $453,307.
Market value or assessed value?
Market value.
You want to go to 453?
Those are all market values, those two.
Yeah, okay, so the town's value is probably correct because that came out of the assessor's database. So I think the town has you at $717,900, not $719.
Maybe I didn't read that.
That's okay, but I'm going to change your ask amount.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, but you want to go to 453, not 543. Somebody probably just typed it wrong.
Yeah.
453. 307. Okay, let me jot that down somewhere else because when we get that number off, sometimes it stays off. Let's see.
I know that's a very big difference, but I'm going to explain it to you how.
453, 307. Okay, so. The ask amount is incorrect. Okay, and the next thing, I know you've already said your name once, but I'm just going to ask you to read your name into the record and tell me whether you're the owner or a duly authorized agent.
Constance Generoffus, owner.
Owner. All right, and if you can raise your right hand, I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to give you a sheet to say that I swear you in. Okay. I'm going to change this value to 453. 307,
That's what
right?
I came to with the figures.
Okay.
This is for you, by the way.
Okay, great. So that will be added to your record. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is your opportunity to tell us why you would like your property, your town's value reduced from $717,900 to $453,307.
Yes.
Okay.
So the first thing I'd like to discuss is the portion of the assessment that applies to the land value.
Okay.
So they have the market value of our land as $365,900. So our location is maybe a block and a half from Park Avenue in Bridgeport. And I don't know of any property that is sold for that kind of a price. It's a .6667 acres. It's about 2/3 of an acre, our property. And when I did the analysis, when I look at that, I'm like blown away, to be honest with you. Because, if it were in Greenfield Hills, maybe it would be worth that, but it's not even an acre, so it wouldn't even qualify in Greenfield Hills most of the time.
Right.
So I did find a listing that sold on Cornell Road, which was 2 lots. I have it in the packet that I gave to the
Yeah,
town.
but if you can watch, for the record and also for my limited eyesight, it's kind of nice. So
there was a property that sold for 470 Cornell Road.
Okay.
And it sold for $300,000, but it was 2 lots.
Okay, so 470 Cornell Road for
$300,000 for 2 lots. Yes. And it's a AAA zone.
Right.
So
when did that sell recently?
Yeah, it sold in 2020.
Okay.
And so I did 2 analyses. I did the first analysis.
Yours is a vacant lot?
Pardon?
Yours isn't a vacant lot, is it?
No,
I'm
just talking about the land portion.
Got it. Okay.
That's the part that I really feel is very, very overvalued.
Okay. So just so that you understand, the land and the house are computer-generated numbers based on the assessor's database. So what we as a board try to get to is the market value, like the total number. Is the total number of $717,900 correct? And if you were to sell your house tomorrow, what would you put it on the market for, and how would you justify that?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Because I wanted to discuss the land first.
Okay.
Because I think that's the biggest
you think there's a problem with your land?
figure of the appraisal. Okay. The second lot that I wanted to bring up was 1.8 miles away, closest one I could find that sold last year at Stones Creek Estates, 2.22 acres for $200,000. Okay. So I don't know how they get the land portion to be $365. That's very hard.
Your land is $365.
Yeah, they said it was worth $365. I don't know how they get to that figure. So I used those 2 lots, and that lot would make our land worth $60,000.
Right.
So I just stuck with the Cornell Road lots.
Okay.
And I said that our land should be, that land portion of our appraisal should be $182,307. Because the other sold for $300,000. If you do the math.
$182,307.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, as far as the house portion of the property, the actual structure. Let's see. Okay, I'm giving you a pack of pictures.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of things. If I had to compete in the market to sell our home, it needs exterior painting everywhere. So this picture didn't come out all that great, but you could see if you look at that exterior pictures that we gave.
Okay.
The driveway has to be redone. It's all cracked everywhere. And so I gave pictures of the driveway.
Okay.
And the riverbed that runs in front of our house, the stones are crumbling.
Okay.
So I don't know. I did not get a price on what that's going to cost. It's probably going to be an awful lot of money. But it has to start being addressed because that's very problematic if that's if the riverbed crumbling.
Right. Okay.
In addition, the interior of the house, and I gave you a lot of pictures of the interior, is very dated. And it wouldn't really compete very well with the market at this time. Okay. Now, one of these pictures that I gave you shows it's this one. I don't know. It's one of the ones that has the driveway. If you look at I should have numbered it probably, but at the very bottom of this driveway picture, there's 2 driveway pictures. But there's one where the stone looks changed to asphalt.
Yes.
Well, that's the bridge.
Got it.
So we have to attend to these issues.
And those are yours to take care of, not the town or the...
Yes, I believe it is
Okay.
our responsibility. So these are things, I mean, I know, it's a lot of money to do those things, and I didn't actually get all the quotes,
Okay.
but I put $70,000 reduction on, which isn't, I don't think will nearly cover this,
Okay.
on the building portion of the appraised value because of the condition. I mean, it's really very hard. Now, I don't live in this house. My family lives in it,
Right.
So it's the second house for me. And so if you put those two things together, the value of the land and a reduction in the value of the
And then
building,
you took the house and subtracted the $70,000 for the stone wall. Okay.
and that's how I came. So these are really these are structural issues that are really expensive.
Right.
If I were a buyer coming, I would say, gee, I don't want to put that much,
Right.
money into doing the driveway, the bridge, the
Right.
bed of the river and all that, and paint the house. That adds up to a lot more than $70,000. But so that's how I came to the figure.
So the house value went from something to something.
Yeah, when it went from you said 717. I wrote 719 by mistake.
Oh, no, that's right. No, I meant you were dividing out the land from the house, right? So
Well, what I did is I took the
a new land value.
that I said was 182, and
Right.
the value of the house less what they gave, less 70.
And you took $70,000 from whatever the value of
Exactly.
the town gave for those houses.
Exactly. And in the write-up, it explains
It explains
everything.
it. Yeah, I'm going to read it all.
But I wanted to give you the pictures, which I didn't.
No, I think the pictures definitely go in the record. That helps to see the condition of the home on the inside. Okay. Did you look at any houses for sale in your neighborhood to see, what some of the comparable sales would have been, or?
I didn't really do much of that.
Okay.
I did some of it, but I didn't zero in on that because I just worked off what the figures that the town had.
Yeah.
That because they never came to look at the house, they might have
They haven't been inside.
been, a little bit more understanding of our position.
Right. Okay. And you appealed many years ago, but you haven't appealed since. Okay.
Correct.
Let's see. Is there anything else you want to tell me, or we're good?
Well, I don't know if we're good or not, but
Well, I
that's what.
think you stated your case. So you used the Cornell property as your land value, and you took what the town gave you for your house, and you reduced it by $70,000 for the stone wall, and came up with your 453 number. So
Correct.
I think you justified what you asked for, and like I said, we do try to get to market value, what your house would have sold for.
Well, I think based on the condition of the work that has to be done, that's very expensive.
You think it wouldn't sell for more than $450?
No, because of that.
Right.
I mean, if all that work were done, it would be very different, but right now it's not.
It's hard, but when the house is in not good condition, I hear you. I bought a house that was, we did some work, and it's been a lot of money. I mean, we're, slowly, we're about halfway done? I don't know. Still there's insulation falling out, and, it's a little plaster walls, plumbing that's leaking, yep. But they do have some charm, so I get that. Okay, so if you don't have anything, I'm just going to read you a closing statement. So I'll be presenting your petition to a majority, and you did sign that form there for me? Okay, in the middle, one of those middle lines, either one, the one that says owner, yeah, perfect. I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days. All decisions will be made in March, and if your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you can't appeal again for 5 years until the next reval. So if you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court, and instructions how to do so will be in your decision letter. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
Cute
Thank
house
you.
on the outside. Oh,
Pardon?
your house is cute on the outside. Is it a cape or is it a ranch?
It's an expanded cape, basically, very swanky.
My last house was that, and I bought a small colonial on the downside, and I missed my cape. I love them. They're just charming.
It would be, see, this was a house that was my parents' home.
Right.
And they really would never let it get to this condition. But we don't live there. I mean, I don't live there.
Right.
And we can't sell it because our heart's there. But we'll
I
take
hear
it.
you, absolutely. It's beautiful. So thank you
All
very
right.
much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Somebody's knocking on my door. Come on in.
Hello.
Hello. Have a seat.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank
Is
you.
it drive along?
I think, are you appeal number,
Yes.
87? Let's see.
567.
567. I'm sorry, 87. 567. Okay, great.
That's me.
Sure, great. I'm going to pick up previous one of the
Sure.
things there.
Sure.
I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of
Hi,
the
how are you?
9. Good, how are you?
Good, thank you, pleasure.
I am one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Thank you
And-
for hearing us.
Yes, volunteers. I'm not sure why we do this, especially when here this late at night. But anyway,
We appreciate it.
I am here to hear your appeal.
Yes.
And I just wanted to let you know that you are being recorded on that phone right there.
Yep.
Which is fine. You can have a seat. I'm just going to stand because I've been sitting for
Okay,
too long. So I'm just going to read a few things into the record.
sure.
And this is for you to sign. I'm going to swear you in, and once I swear you in, I'm just going to ask you to sign right there on
Sure.
the form for me. Okay. So your appeal number is 567.
Yes,
The address is 20 Wilson Street.
correct?
You're the owner of the property is Marion and Ray Villaflor.
That's correct.
The town value is $677,500,
Correct.
and you're requesting a reduction to $535,000.
That's correct.
Okay, and then the next thing I'm just going to do is confirm that you are who you are.
Yep.
So if you could state your name for the record and say whether you are the owner of the property or a duly authorized agent on the property.
Ray Villaflor. I do own. I'm the owner of 20 Wilson Street, Fairfield, Connecticut.
Okay.
And here?
And I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, great.
Thank
you can have a seat. And now is your opportunity to tell me why you
Sure.
think your value should be $535 and
Sure.
not $677.
Sure. Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate it. So I guess 3 main items I would like to discuss. One being the location of the property at 20 Wilson Street. This is one house away from Park Avenue, which is also the Bridgeport-Fairfield line. So that's one. Secondly, the street, Wilson Street, is a through street to and from Bridgeport. So heavily trafficked. So we're accustomed to hearing the ambulance and fire trucks. Ambulance being one of the main streets that they go to transport patients to and from the St. Vincent Hospital.
The St. Vincent, okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, we on a yearly basis we see some accidents because it's a fairly busy intersection of Park Avenue and Wilson Street, and it's I guess some folks like to speed down that street coming into Fairfield from Bridgeport, and let alone it's an incline. So you'll see so many accidents there. In fact, just a year and a half ago with snow. And thirdly, the property is not, the house itself is not custom by any means. You see the pictures that were submitted with our appraisal. It's a plain vanilla. We don't even have crown moldings on the ceiling. So I did some digging. I did some research.
Let me just take a look. So you
Sure.
submitted an appraisal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So I did some digging, and ultimately, based on what I've seen from the comps, especially from the date 12 months prior to October 1st, right? My initial assessments were significantly lower than the assessed 677K. And ultimately, we hired an independent certified appraiser, and that's submitted in our appeal.
And who is your appraiser?
Yes, his name is on the bottom of the first page, Greg Lamont.
Yeah, it looks like they took it apart, so it may have gotten.
Oh, sure. Would you like another copy?
Well, let me just make sure it's all here. Let's see. This is your appeal card, so
yep.
Okay. And then they have the limited appraisal analysis summary report. Is that? It just doesn't have. Maybe his name's at the end.
Yeah, it's let me see I think you're looking at the first page exactly. If you look at the bottom of that page, opinion market value 535 below it, Greg Lamont with his signature.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
So the appraisal.
Exactly. His
appraisal
license
says,
yep.
535.
Yep,
okay.
535 as of 10/1/2020. His license or certification number is there as well.
Sure.
It was
Greg
completed
Lamont,
on.
Okay.
Yeah, Greg Lamont completed on 2/17/21.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You want to walk me through some of it? I mean, I'm assuming you're kind of making your case since you went with his price.
Well,
making your case based on his numbers and also obviously the busy street, but.
Yes, I think my opinion is just strictly my opinion. That's why we ended up hiring a licensed professional, certified to do this, and he substantiated what I thought, I guess, would be fair, right, based on his assessment. Again, he noted 3 comparables in our neighborhood. So you'll see the location. Let me point. There's no pages on this, but if you look at the map,
they put a location map in,
exactly.
Right? Okay.
You'll see the addendum photograph.
2 on Woodbine.
Exactly.
1 on Churchill.
Exactly. So you'll see the map. Where's the map here? There you go. The next page over.
The location map?
Exactly.
Yep.
So you'll see the subject, Sweeney Wilson, is literally on the corner of Park Avenue and Wilson Street.
Yeah, you're 1 block off the corner.
Exactly.
What's on the corner? Is it another residential property or is it a?
It is. It's actually not even that address on between me and the street is actually a Park Avenue address. So I'm the first house on Wilson Street.
Okay. So is there a house on that property next door to you?
Yeah, there's a house there that
on Park Avenue address.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
So you'll see that comparable 3 and 2, which is what Greg Lamont, the appraiser, heavily weighted here. They're tucked in a quieter street than Wilson Street.
Okay. Did he account for that in his appraisal? Did he give you a location adjustment in the appraisal?
Yes, it's on the first page as well, comparable 1 on the front page.
Yeah.
68 Church Hill. Comparable 2, 39 Woodbine. And 111 Woodbine, those are really great streets tucked away in between.
Right, but sometimes when they adjust, so like the Church Hill Road, the 606, he adjusted down to 543 somewhere.
Yep.
Site adjusted at $5,000 per acre for surplus land. Pump 1 requires 10% condition adjustment as it has more updating with a newer kitchen. 2 and 3 require a 10% location adjustment as they are on less heavily traveled roads.
Correct.
So it looks like he accounted for that in his adjustment.
He did.
Okay.
Which equated to the 535 ultimately.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And if you were to say out of these in terms of style of your home or bedrooms, bathrooms, out of the 68 Churchill, 39 Woodbine, and 111 Woodbine, is one the most like your home? I'll have to look at the pictures here from the
It would be,
in terms of age,
just by look,
mm-hmm.
Just by look, I would say, where's that page again? It would look, I would say look probably close to comparable to, right? But the difference with mine is only 1 car garage. Each of these 3 have 2 car garage, wooded area tucked away.
Right. Instead of 2 cars, okay, and you
have
1.
Yeah, only 1.
Right.
Exactly.
But he adjusted down for that, right?
He did.
Because these comps are in the 6, 507.
Right.
So he adjusted down for all 3.
Yes.
Okay. Does any one of them look a lot like yours, would you say? Tough to tell.
It's a plain vanilla colonial, so I would say 2 and 3.
2 and 3 are the
Yeah.
same. I'm looking for pictures of 2
Oh,
and
yes,
3.
it's the page after, actually, page before the location map.
I see 39 Woodbine and
Exactly.
111 Woodbine.
You see the pictures?
Yep. And what's the age of your home?
Age is 1950, let me get the, 53, I believe it was.
So these are about all the same age
Yeah,
as you?
yeah,
Okay, for
comparable,
some reason
so-
I thought yours was a new construction. No.
Yeah, it might have been, it was, updated, expanded 11 years ago. So 20 Wilson Street was dated, I think it was 1953. I'm looking at the,
69 years old, okay. And just from the street, it looks like it's all been, it looks like a new construction from the front.
it was redone, it was expanded in 2011, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 2011. And also,
But that was prior to you owning it.
I'm sorry?
Did you own it in 2011 or no? Someone
Yeah,
else
we did.
Oh, they did,
Yeah.
okay. So you expanded it in 2011?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. That's what kids do to you, right?
I know, I even put,
Oh,
I put in a backboard so my kids could hit their 3 hockey balls against it. Yep, I was like, why am I doing this? I don't listen to that,
I
but
know.
they loved it, so I get it.
The page before the comparable photos, where you have comparable 1, 2, and 3, the page before that shows you the street scene. And if you flip over, I would imagine you're not familiar with the street, right?
No, I am. I have driven over there before.
Oh, you have?
Yeah,
Okay,
yep,
so
yep.
you probably know what.
Yep.
Okay, so
Probably
yeah.
at the Cop Street or Park Avenue.
Whether you go to Bridgeport or to Sacred Heart or to what's the senior center there?
Oh, 3030 Park?
Yes, that and
There's a pool over there.
yes,
somewhere,
the
too,
J.
right?
I call it J. Doe.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
J something, right?
Yep.
And yeah, there's a street. I wish they had pages in this one, but yeah, there's also a subject street picture of the subject there, the corner of Wilson and Park, and you see a truck there. Let's see if I can. I'd say 3 pages in from the front, bottom page.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the street.
Right.
That's the corner of Park and Wilson.
Right.
The big truck.
Yeah.
And the following pages, you'll see that we really don't have crown molding, so it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking at your comps. They look different from the street than yours do. That's what I just noticed.
Well,
They have a different. The comparables are kind of a different looking home than your home from the street. So.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not sure if that's all he could find or why he would have picked, those 3 and not something that looks more like a new construction, but maybe he was going for the age.
Yeah, that, and also I think Wilson Street do not have a lot of colonial. They're mostly ranch.
Right.
Or mostly capes, actually.
Right.
In fact, this house was a cape
I was
before.
wondering, was it a cape and you expanded it? Okay, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot you can get from Wilson.
Right. Previously expanded from the cape. Okay.
Yeah, Woodbine, I'd love to be in that street. It's a really nice, quiet, circular street. It's very safe for the kids.
No, the traffic. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much for the kids can do in front of the yard because it's very heavily traffic. Yeah, we get nervous, but it is what it is. We'll do our best.
All right. Do you have anything else you want to add to the record or anything else you want to say? Or?
No, I think I just wanted to make sure that our appeal is substantiated by a certified professional. That's why I brought this, and rather than us just giving you our opinion. So I think he did a pretty good job here. He's actually the same gentleman who did the appraisal when we purchased the property years ago from the bank. So I just dug up his number and out he came.
Okay.
Any questions for me?
I don't think so.
so. No, I think I'm good, and I just want to make sure, you didn't give me anything new, right? Everything is kind of falling apart in here, so I just want to make sure.
I'd be more than happy to give you another copy.
No, and it's good, because they've already scanned it in. If I give them more paperwork, they're going to think they have to scan it again, and I don't think that's necessary if they have it all online. So I think we're good.
So this is my first time attempting, what's the process here?
Sure, so that's what I'm going to read to you.
Yep.
So I will be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. And obviously all your backup is online. Your hearing is recorded, so they can also listen to it and see the backup as well. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. That's state statute.
7 days.
7 days of the decision.
Okay.
I don't know when we'll decide yet because we have 650 of them. So, yeah.
And counting. Okay.
Well, I hope there's no more.
What's the typical time frame from your experience?
Because we've already heard about 220 and we've decided on maybe 30, it's going to be a while.
Okay.
It could be probably towards the end of March.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
Okay.
We're supposed to do it all in March, but we can also ask the state for an extension through April. Right. And, I don't want my board members to, we don't want them to quit.
Right,
we can't have them out every night for 5 hours. They'd be,
And that's not retroactive if you're granted does that happen at the time when it's decided? Because this is shown on vision appraisal as of 10/1.
Yes, these are the numbers for the taxes that was out on July 1 of 2021.
Right.
So you won't get a credit for the year now. You keep paying, right? You probably have 1 quarter left to pay.
Right.
Right. And then this will go into effect July 1, 2021.
Got it. Okay.
So that's what the reval is getting at.
Okay.
So, yep. So, like I said, we hope to make our decisions. If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you cannot appeal again until the next reval in 5 years.
Got it.
If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court. And instructions on how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Understood.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kathleen.
Appreciate
your time.
having the comparables there for me. It's always very helpful. And I
Good.
have to dig them out of 100 pages of
Yes.
paperwork.
That's what I figured. It's easier to put it together by someone who's for a living.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
not at all. And you signed this for me? Or you did
Oh,
not?
yes.
Okay, I just want you to sign on that top line there. Or that middle line, I should say. Yeah, right there. Perfect, then I can do the rest, that's me. Yep.
Thank you so much. Have a good night. Take care.
You too, bye-bye.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Good, thanks. You're looking for Kathleen, right?
Yes.
I'm running behind tonight, so I better not be on my, where are we here? 484 Valley Road. Art first, okay. My second to last. All right.
I'm getting old. I was here at 8:15 this morning.
Or something else? Oh, by mistake.
I
I hope they didn't print that on your letter.
didn't see the PM.
Sorry about that.
Betsy comes out. She says, "What are you doing here?" I says, "I'm here for the tax appeals."
Oh, gosh. Yeah, so,
You don't mind if I take this off, do you?
that's totally
I'm
up to you.
vaccinated.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting more and more of that. It's very nice. I had an 87-year-old gentleman tonight, and he was so excited because he's been vaccinated. So Yeah.
Can't fool around with it. Gotta take it.
My folks were just vaccinated for their second yesterday, so I am thrilled that I can finally hug them for the first time in God knows how long. So, anyway, I'm just going to read a few things. You're being recorded. I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of the 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, and I'm going to hear your appeals tonight. As I said, it's being recorded, and I'm going to read a couple things into the record to make sure, and correct me if any of it is not right. So your appeal number is 229. The property address is 484 Valley Road. The owner of the property is Arthur R. Hirsch. The town has your property at $674,900, and it says you want it to go up to $850,000. So
No. They asked you to put in
an amount that you want to be at.
So I just put it in.
Okay. You don't want your taxes raised, do you?
No.
Okay. So we probably should fix that for the record.
Okay.
So let me just first swear you in, and I just want you to state your name and whether you are the owner or the duly authorized agent on the property.
Arthur R. Hirsch, 484 Valley Road, AK 1 Oak Bluff Road, and I am the sole owner of the said property.
Great. And then I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so the first thing, let me fix that on here. So one of the things that the statutes require is that you name a price, what you want the new value to be. So do you have a number in your head that you, obviously $850 means you want to raise it?
No, I want to lower it.
Okay. Where would you like to go? What number are you thinking about?
Well, I don't have a problem with the town has it assessed for $674,900. I just want to get some relief that 30% of the property is wetlands and unusable.
But so if it's 674, is that what you think it would? In other words, we're trying to get to what it would have sold for on October 1st of 2020. So if you put it on the market 4 months ago, well, you think you could have got 674 for it, or do you think you got to have to get a lot less than that?
No, probably 674 was fine.
Okay. So.
And I don't want to go near you, but I wanted to
That's okay.
give,
I'm also going to ask you to sign. I forgot to give you this.
I wanted to give you for the record, and you can keep these pictures that I brought. But I wanted to, so you understand where the pictures are, if you could just look at these with me, I would appreciate it. I have the same map that you have.
Okay.
This is a current map that I had the Huntington Company, Jason Spath, make for me. So it's a current A2 survey of the said property.
What is the official address? Is it 1 Oak Bluff or is it 484 Valley?
Well, the town has always had it for 484, but the postal address that I always use is 1 Oak Bluff Road.
I saw that. Okay.
For the record, it's a private street that was accepted in lieu of a sewer easement through the entire street. So the town maintains the street summer and winter, but it is not an accepted street.
Okay, so you want to walk me through the map, or what are
Yes.
you thinking? Okay.
Maybe you can, if the pictures aren't clear, I can go over them with you.
Well, I see the wetland, because I'm a little confused, because if you're okay with the town's value, the only reason to be here is because you don't like the town's value.
Correct.
Right.
Well, I don't like that the property, 30% of it is unusable. with steep slopes
Right.
and total wetlands. As a matter of fact, the town has been dumping water on the property since I've owned the property. And they made an improvement last spring and summer. They put a new catch basin and piping so the water wouldn't wash any more earth away.
Okay. And the property, but they made it that they fixed that.
Yes,
Okay.
at my request.
Okay. And I'm looking at your field card here. It does say that they do take into consideration, it says topography and access, so they do give you some relief on your property due to the wetlands.
But not the 30% that I'm looking for.
You want it to be lower than that? Okay.
Yes, please. I just want them to be fair with me, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Do you expect that that's going to lower the value of your home?
I would say yes.
Okay, okay. And because your property is 30% less is wet, 30% of the land is wet, and these are pictures of the wetlands?
Yes.
Is this all your property?
That's correct.
Okay. How much livable land would you say you have on your property?
Well, out of the
You know how much is usable, like a yard?
well, out of the 100%, 70% is usable.
What am I thinking? 30%. Okay, so I just have to figure out. Sorry, it's late. I could have done the math. I should have asked you what the acreage was. So you've got
8/10.
Right. You got 0.8 acres. Okay. So
And Jason put everything. Do you have this map, Kathleen? Because I'll give this to
I
you.
think I do. I think you put it in like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just in two pieces. So I do. I see the pool. I see the wetlands in the back there. I see the upland area in the back. I see the pool utilities, a stone wall, the driveway, the garage, and then I see the sewer easement on the side, the manhole there.
Correct.
So, okay.
What do they say? Pictures 1,000 words?
It's helpful to see that. I've had wetlands on my previous, I have a little bit now, but on my last property I had quite a bit. And it was, it definitely doesn't make your whole lot usable.
Yeah, well, this is a ravine.
Yeah.
I'm sure that some of the pictures depict that.
Right. Okay. But again, if you can try to tell me, if you keep telling me you think it would sell for $674, so that's really what the board's trying to figure out is what it would sell for.
Well, probably with children looking, because it's a 4-bedroom house.
Okay.
I think it would take value away from the house.
Right. Okay, but you haven't put it on the market or had a broker come through and tell you what they thought you could get for it or anything like that?
Kathleen, you're going to carry me up from this house.
You'll have it there. That's good. I'm glad. You got a beautiful pool back there. It looks really nice. So,
I worked very hard to get it.
I know. A2 survey shows 30% of said property is wetlands with very steep slopes. Okay. And has anything sold around you, that's
Not recently.
similar to your property?
Not at all.
No. Okay. On Valley Road? No. I think I know where you are. Okay.
Were you in Greenfield Hill?
No, I am in Tanica Park over on Stony Brook Road, kind of off of Jennings. I'm on the corner of Jennings and Stony Brook.
Yeah, picture that.
Let's see,
I know Jennings.
Glen Arden.
Oh, okay.
After it takes the dog leg.
Right.
Yeah, you take a right to head towards the fire station on
The
Jennings.
university area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
East of the university. Yeah.
I never built in that area.
You never built over there? Just about everywhere else, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cute little street. I love it because there's a brook in there, and we've got some. The association has some open space.
It's real New England.
It is. I'm a 40s, little 40s house, but it's it's charming. Of course the doors don't close and the doorknobs, but
That's hard.
whatever. It's part of the charm.
Yeah.
Yep. I raised my kids in a different house, but this was kind of my little,
Nice.
nice change. So yeah. All right. Is there anything else you want to add to your record? That's everything. Okay. You're just looking for some relief there. This is and do you want these beautiful photos?
No, I gave them to you for the record.
Okay, I will. I'll put them in the record. Okay.
Please.
Appeal number 229. And you don't have anything else? I don't know. Have you appealed properties before?
This is the first time.
This is the first time. going to read you my closing statement to make sure you understand what the next steps are. Let's see. What are
You want me to sign this, Kathleen?
Please, in the middle, if you just sign one of the 2 lines since you're by yourself.
Yep.
And so, thank you for coming. I'll be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. We hope to make all our decisions in March, but we may ask Brenda for an extension because we've got 650 of them, and I don't know how we're going to cast 6 times 5, 3,500 votes, so I just don't know how we're going to do that. Anyway, we have to fight, we have to quorum, right? So anyway, if it's not in March, it'll be in April.
Okay.
If your appeal is denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you cannot appeal again until the next reval year in 5 years. If you don't agree with the board's decision, you can take the next step and appeal your decision in court, and instructions how to appeal in court will be in your decision letter.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
That is perfect. Thank you very much.
Again,
All right.
nice meeting you.
You too. I've got one more coming tonight. How about that? 8:30. You've been up a lot then if you were here at 8:15 this morning.
Stay safe.
That's rough. You too. You looking for Kathleen?
Yeah.
Come on in.
How are you?
I am good. Have a seat. Thank you for coming out so late at night.
You're welcome. No worries. I've got from 11, and I just went out for a walk yesterday and took a bunch of photos that just kind of, I could walk you through.
Okay.
Am I allowed to just hand them through
Yep,
or hand them
I'm
over?
going to hand you something in a minute, too, and I'm going to stand up. It's okay.
Thanks.
So that's for you to sign. I'm going to swear you in just a minute.
Okay.
So I'm just going to read you my little spiel. So I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm one of 9 members of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to hear your appeal tonight.
Should I stand up or
when I swear you in, no, you just have to raise your right hand. I'm just standing because I'm trying to talk over and into the microphone. So I was going to say, you're being recorded over here. This is a microphone.
Got it.
So sometimes the glass blocks our voice, so that's why I'm going to stand.
Got it.
I'm going to say a few things about your appeal for the record, and if you could just, let me know if there's any errors.
Okay.
Your appeal number is 144. Your address is 11 Valley Circle. The owner of the home is Lisa and Jeffrey Newman. The town's value is $603,400, and you're requesting a reduction to $580,000.
That's right.
Okay. And then the second thing I'm going to ask you to do is to confirm that you are who you are by stating your name for the record, and then whether you are the owner or the duly authorized agent on the property.
Yes, I'm Jeffrey H. Newman. I'm the owner.
Okay. Great. Okay. And I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, and I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the information you shall give concerning the assessment appeal now in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Okay.
Do I sign this now? Or?
You can sign the middle there, yep, and I will sign the rest in a bit. And so now is your opportunity to provide testimony as to why you believe the market value of your home on October 1st was what you're requesting and not the value assigned by the town. As you probably know, market value is what your home most likely would have sold for on October 1st, 2020. And looks good.
Okay.
You're all set.
Thanks.
And I do have a file. I don't know if you had anything else in here. Just a field card, right?
The field
no, you
card,
have
and
a
then
letter,
I have
too.
a letter, yeah.
Okay. It does say page 2 continued of paragraph E, but I don't see a page 1. Is there something
I
that-
think, page 1, so,
It just says page, you know what I'm saying? It says page 2 continued, but I don't.
okay, I think it just was continued because it was the continuation of
Off the front.
of
Got
the
it.
front,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
And the photographs I just delivered, it's just from a walk yesterday to underscore some of the things that I cite in the appeal, in the letter or the memo, specifically relating to a lot of the garbage and litter and debris that is left on our property and directly across from our property. And I've really thought about this for a long time, because I don't generally question the valuation being in line with what we were assigned in terms of a lot of the neighboring properties, even further down on our cul-de-sac. But there's the properties which are uniquely located across from the Fairchild Wheeler Golf Course. It's just clear to me, and we've been living there since 1992. And I actually, as far back as early 1971, my family lived probably a quarter of a mile. We moved from one part of town to Crest and Skytop, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood.
Okay.
But this one stretch of Valley Road, where our driveway and our house fronts on the corner of Valley Road, Valley Circle, has been sorely neglected. It just does not get the level of services from the town. I think there's a variety of reasons for that. One is that the Fairchild Wheeler Golf Course, while it's located in the town of Fairfield, is owned by the city of Bridgeport. Mm-hmm. They subcontracted out the management. At one point, the management company, they went bankrupt, but they just do not, literally, if there's a wire that falls where we lost power for a period of time, they came and they had to, they made the repairs, they cut down a tree, and they just leave the tree lying there. That was about 5 years ago. There are discarded items of furniture, garbage. Our street signs, somebody ran into it. It hasn't been repaired. It's halfway leaning down. And there's golf balls, because the landscape buffer has not been maintained, that whizzed by, has broken our window, have almost hit me on a couple of occasions.
I'm just looking at the map to see if I can see where you are.
No sidewalks.
Got it. Okay.
They built what was the Jewish Center, which was built in 1963, but set back further. The Jewish Home for the Elderly, terrific cause. I'm very supportive, but that building, because it was zoned in Bridgeport, is huge. I mean, we see it from our kitchen. The lights are up at night, so the views have been impacted. There was not sufficient parking there. I think a number of people from Sacred Heart used to park there. Now they've lost their parking because it's a much, much larger building. Every time the Greek Orthodox Church has an event, or there's a speaker at the Jewish Home for the Elderly, I mean, there's people, the Greek Orthodox Fair, people park on our lot and leave litter all over the place. People cut in and out of that golf course, leave litter all over the place. And a number of my pictures show, I don't even know if they're called fists, but they're these tiny little alcohol bottles. I don't know whether they're alcoholic spouses at night who dump them.
I think it's the students, because I live near Fairfield U, and I had picked one up today when I walked down my driveway. It's right at the end of my driveway.
I can walk you through so there's the street sign. This just shows my yard is to the right. In the second photo, there's litter all strewn along, no sidewalks. We would walk our Yorkshire Terrier with an air horn because there's coyotes, but it's the garbage and it's filthy.
And that's
the third
that's
picture.
public land, or where's
This is
all this
public
at?
Fairfield land, I believe, which is
Where
when
is
you.
that?
So it's most of it is on the strip between the golf course and Valley Road, right across from our driveway and right across from our house. But as you walk along, going, I guess it would be in a westerly direction from Park Avenue along Valley Road, and it wraps around. There's a sharp curve there. Mm-hmm. Not only are there no sidewalks, but even on the other side, all along up to Skytop, there are, like the third picture shows, probably a pile of 30 little liquor bottles. Uh-huh. I have 4 pictures here, and that's just within a...
So that's the golf course over there?
So in the first picture, that's the golf course right across from where that sign is, that's our corner. Yeah. The second picture shows the Jewish home. My house is just to the right, and that's the part of my yard to the white fence.
Got it.
The third picture is right across, just walking up Valley Road. And there's another fourth picture, again, liquor bottles, a bag of garbage that dumped on the fifth. Sure. Yeah. These are just some isolated, some of this is in our yard, again, liquor bottles. This canister in page 20, because I didn't even bring all the pictures, but the 5th or 6th shows like a metal canister. It's some kind of paint or something, has been sitting there for a couple of months. Again,
you're confident that the town owns that property and they're not cleaning it up? Or you're not sure?
The reason I have a fair level of confidence is because I would be very surprised to learn, just as my experience, that I don't believe the town owns property up to the curb of the street. There is no sidewalk. So, for instance, on my property, every now and then if there's been an issue with a dead tree and it's within a couple of feet of the curb in the street, the town takes control.
Right. It looks like it's pretty much, I would say the golf course's responsibility, but it's tough to tell. There's a right-of-way there. But I see that, yeah.
Yeah, and you see them where they've just left like logs.
I'm looking at the GIS.
And so you can tell. And some of these pictures are even, there's garbage in our yard, and then it's bad. And I'm very convinced that with the possible exception, if someone was to come out, if we were to put our house on the market and someone were to come out, after a blizzard where there was snow all over, I guess they wouldn't see it. But otherwise, there's no way it doesn't affect the value. And when I'm walking, I remember we walked with my son. He was like 2, 3 years old. He's like, Dad, what's with all the alcohol, he used to call it. I mean, it was alcohol. It's been for years. He's 25 years old now. So, again, between the people who are constantly kind of not supposed to be there, cutting on at night, music, people kind of the next morning leaving all kinds. I've seen needles, I've seen used condoms, and we've gone to walk with my dog. And that's really what had me take a step back. And I said, I just don't believe for a moment that between the views and the location of our property with golf balls, the lack of sidewalk, and all the garbage, I just don't believe that my house would, if you take the same house and you put it on Skytop Terrace or at the end of the cul-de-sac or on Skytop or further on Valley away from that golf course and away from Park Avenue, I believe the same house would have a market value at least $25,000 more. So this is, this is something that's been plaguing me for a long time, and it's a little bit difficult. I have some reluctance to go on the record and talk against the value of my property, but I feel like I don't have an alternative, just even as a matter of principle.
Okay, so I hear you. So your 580 number comes from what? You just think it should be less than it is?
The 580 number, I don't have an appraisal with me, but I know that whenever we have consulted over the years, the feedback which we've gotten, which is kind of supportive of what I'm saying, I believe, is that, it's too bad if this house were just even 4 or 5 houses down or on a different block, you would by the way, if the house was in Greenfield Hills, Southport, or somewhere else in town, it could make a very huge difference. But even just a slight locational change from where you are would make a difference. And I just didn't want to be, they say pigs get fat, hogs get fat. I didn't want to make some ridiculous claim, but I just felt like that wasn't taken into account. And I feel like the town, look, some of it is, I have complained over time. There have been issues where I've called, but I just think the location of our home is the furthest possible point almost from this part of town, and it just doesn't get the same level of service. So, and especially with the...
Well, I'm wondering if, the town blames it on that says that Bridgeport needs to clean it up because Bridgeport's managing the golf course. Right, that's what I'm wondering.
No, and look, they don't guard, there's no security, they don't guard it. But I do believe that the strips of land that we're talking about is not, I don't have a survey in front of me, but I would be very, very surprised to learn that the city of Bridgeport or the golf course actually owns up to the curb cut. I don't think.
Yeah, I do see a little bit of a buffer. I'm looking at the GIS here, and right where Valley Circle comes in, and if you're coming up Valley Circle, take a right on Valley Road, the red line does start to veer away from the road a little bit and cut back. So perhaps, but there's no sidewalk there. You're seeing.
Yeah, and I go to other. Even if
right away. Yeah.
Right, and even if I drive down Valley Road continue on Valley Road across Wilson to Merritt Street and Toilsome Hill. Yeah. There's some brooks there, and there's no dumping sign off to the left. And maybe should we have a no dumping sign? Perhaps, but I can tell you that I know it's anecdotal, but I drive throughout the town of Fairfield, and I have never seen, I just don't see a residential neighborhood with the level of trash and garbage, and nobody ever, and years go by and it's not picked up. And when my kids were little, again, they're long out of the house, but I would go with, plastic bags, pick up stuff and figure out where to take it and get rid of it. But I got to a point where I didn't even feel safe doing that. So.
Well, that's a bummer that you have all that garbage out there.
I love the town, but it's,
I know. For a while, I lived on Encore Road, and or a corner, just off the corner, I used to walk to the train station and go under the highway. And the amount
you would see that, right?
Stuff under the highway, but is it the state's responsibility to clean it up? Is it town's responsibility? The state interstate. So sometimes when those lines are blurred, or the town is not thinking that the golf course, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sometimes then it just gets ignored.
Right. It's like
no
man. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear you. Okay. So you're just looking for some relief.
Yeah, exactly.
Based on the location and the trash.
Yeah, and the safety, and even the golf ball. Because I think that if you're at Brooklawn, there was buffer, because I remember years ago there was more of a buffer, and the trees have died, and the green is located above. It's one of the greens on the red course. I don't know what green, but when people miss, the golf balls end up hitting our house, breaking our windows. I just think, between all of this.
Now I'm going to be afraid. Now, I'm a terrible golfer. I haven't been on there in years, but now I'm not. Now I'm going to skip that hole. I'm not there. I might hit your house. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there anything else you want to add to the record? I will sort of read you my closing statement.
Okay. I don't believe. Let me just look. Was there anything in my? I guess if there was something in my submission that gets seen, right? Oh, by the way, I
have your, I have the letter in the field card, and then I have your photo.
Oh, and where it says continue, that's because in E, I started my memo there, and then I ran out of room, the reason for the appeal. So.
Yeah. That's why the page two. Okay.
That's the reason.
From here, I totally get it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So thank you for coming. I will be presenting your petition to a majority of the board at a deliberation session for consideration and vote. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision within 7 days of the decision. All decisions will be made in March, but we may get an extension with 650. I think we're going to have to go into April, but if your appeal was denied, you can come back next year. And if you're granted a reduction, you cannot appeal again until the next reval in 5 years.
Right.
But if you don't agree with our decision, you can take the next step, which is to appeal your decision in court. and instructions on how to do so will be in your decision letter.
Okay, thank you.
All right?
Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for being the last one for me tonight.
Oh, I haven't been up here in about 50 years.
Well, I don't know that it's changed for
I
50
worked for the
years.
town like during summers when I was a kid. And, God.
Well, hopefully
And
someday they'll
John
get-
Sullivan was up here at the time, probably.
Oh, wow, that was a while ago.
Yeah,
but-
thanks a lot.
No, you're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.